Horse at 5.5 furlongs. Let's try it again. Happy closing day here of the summer meet at Keeneland. Dan, can I get a return mop? Closing in on post time for race number 1 here at Keeneland. And as we mentioned, 2-year-olds will be competing in the opener. 5.5 furlongs, the distance on the good listed turf course, Gabby. And you've got Wesley Ward represented with Faded Rose, the number 4 horse, the daughter of Munnings, one that he bred. And she's had plenty of workouts to prepare for this debut. Yeah, I think if you've been following the career of Wesley Ward, you would be familiar with the mare that this 2-year-old filly is out of, Hooligan. She won as a 2-year-old, and she was also a stakes winner at 2. This is going to be her first foal, and of course, as per usual, in any 2-year-old race, you have to respect and pay attention to any Wesley Ward charge. I'll go with the 12 as my top play, Basilia, a Keeneland November sales graduate from 2018. This daughter of Cinco Charlie from that first crop. Sligo Bay, the broodmare sire of the Dam. And this mare has been productive. She herself a winner. She's produced a turf winner. She's actually produced 2 winners from 2 starters, including a stakes winner. So outside draw, Florent Giroux in the saddle, 9-1. A good price right now on Basilia, as most of the attention is going towards the Wesley Ward runner. The 3 horse is my second choice. Right to Freedom. Quick workouts here at Keeneland suggest that this filly should be good to go for Mark Cassey, who's so good with young horses. He's just good in any situation. He's a Hall of Fame trainer. We can say that now, as he'll be officially enshrined next year, but voted in this past just a couple months ago. And so Gary Barber bought this filly for just $35,000. And Gary Barber's had great success with the Constitution offspring that he has had. He purchased a stakes winner from his first crop that's been racing out in Southern California and done quite well. So Right to Freedom, number 3, 3-1. Not surprising, this horse is sitting as the second choice. And then finally, my third choice is the 4 Faded Rose. 2-1, not a bad price, but there might be a little hesitation on the wagering, given what we've seen from these 2-year-old races, where it's been those with experience that have come away with wins. But it's Wesley Ward's game with these young horses, and she's a filly that you have to respect. Absolutely. I mentioned that just a few moments ago. She has plenty of works underneath of her to be fit and ready to go here in her first start. I'll use her in the top 3, but I did actually land on a horse with experience, and that's the 11, Super Helpful. Jevian Toledo off, Joe Talamo on today for trainer Phil Schoenthal. They shipped this horse in from the Mid-Atlantic, and I just love the pedigree on this filly. She's bivalent. She's out of a Storming Fever mare, and that makes her kin to plenty of really nice horses, including Curlin's Honor, who's a stakes winner going long on the turf, and stakes placed sprinting on the turf. Her 2 other siblings are stakes winners, so it's been a very productive female family, and I did have the opportunity to speak to her trainer and Phil Schoenthal earlier this afternoon, and he said that they really thought highly of her. They thought of her, so much that they shipped her up to Delaware in her debut, but then also on top of that, just maybe she'll improve with the surface change. She's certainly bred to do that. So the 11, Super Helpful with a good outside post position, I prefer. The 10, Mania, is another horse that I think you have to pay attention to. She looks extremely fit here today, and definitely looks like one of those prototypical sprinters. Mania by Runaway and Hyde out of a Tappet mare, and she ran very fast last time out. She certainly improved from her first to second start. She showed a lot of speed in that event, and now with, stretching out to 5.5 furlongs with the turf pedigree that she has,
I think she's going to be quick out of the gate, and that foundation underneath of her could do her well. And then the four, Faded Rose, we talked about this filly plenty of times. So this 2-year-old filly by Munnings out of Hooligan. The mare she won as a 2-year-old. She was also a stakes winner at 2, and this is her first foal to race. So I will be throwing her in the mix right now as well as your lukewarm favorite at 2-1. Horses are in the paddock there. It looks like they're almost all saddled and ready to go. Jockeys will be walking out here momentarily to get legged up to kick off this Sunday afternoon. 15 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Whitney. Maiden special for 2-year-old fillies for the Whitney Julep Cup. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, which is listed good. A reminder, the temporary rail is down. Double, pick 3, early pick 5 wagering. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of just over $25,000. Take out 13, 14, 15, and 16. They did not draw into the race. Joe Rocco Jr. rides the 2. The weight is 119. Declan Cannon rides the 9. And Joe Talamo, the jockey for the 11, super helpful. The horses for the first, number 1, Blissful Change, owned by the Big E Stables LLC of Dave Engel, trained by Joe Sharp. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 2, Carson's Kitten, owned and trained by Jason McCutcheon. Contrary to the program, the jockey is Joe Rocco Jr., the weight 119. 3, Right to Freedom, owned by Gary Barber. The trainer is Mark Cassie, the jockey Adam Beschizza. 4, Faded Rose, Wesley Ward, the owner-trainer. Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 5 is Kitten Rocks, owned by Manuel Quintana, trained by Cirillo Goristieta, Javier Padron Barcenas to ride. 6, Queen of the Temple, owned by the Corrigan Racing Stable Incorporated of trainer Jimmy Corrigan, the jockey James Graham. 7, Cool Enough, owned by Rashid's Thoroughbred Racing of James Rashid, owned also by Kingdom Bloodstock Incorporated of trainer Phil Schoenthal, the jockey Miguel Mena. 8, Lilac Lace, owned by AVQ Racing LLC of Ashley Cordarolo, trained by Anthony Cordarolo, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. 9, She Likes Daisies, owned by Kay Reed and Marianne Belcher, trained by Eric Reed. Contrary to the program, the jockey Declan Cannon. 10, Mania, owned by Robert West Jr., Bob Grayson Jr., owned also by trainer Pavel Mateshka. Corey Lannery is up. 11, Super Helpful, owned by D. Hatman Thoroughbreds of Matthew Dorman, trained by Phil Schoenthal. The jockey is Joe Talamo. And 12, Basilia, owned by SoCal Racing Partners LLC of Lance Hayes, Altamira Racing Stable of Peter Miller, Michael McMahon, and Give Him 6 LLC of Jeff Gardella, trained by Peter Miller, the jockey Florent Giroux. Post time in 5 minutes.
Horses warming up on track to kick off this Sunday afternoon. We are 5 minutes out from today's opener. 5.5 furlongs on the turf for this maiden special weight event for these 2-year-old fillies. And we'll start the conversation with the Wesley Ward trainee, this 2-year-old filly by Munnings, the 4 Faded Rose. And she looks very professional today. It's really no surprise. We know that Wesley Ward can prepare his horses not only physically but mentally, which is equally as important for their first start as a 2-year-old. And I also think it helps that she's been training here for a long time, at least on my past performances back to the middle of March. So she's pretty much just doing her normal thing just later in the afternoon. And you can kind of see that in her presence on track today. She seemed like she was really good with the pony. She seems really professional, warming up on track as well. So all good things from your favorite. But I was really impressed by a horse that I know you like, Scott, the 12 Basilia. She's a half sibling to Island Commish, who's a graded stakes winner on the turf. He actually won the Grade 3 Kitten's Joy this past winter down at Gulfstream. And she just looks extremely stout, extremely fit. She's built up in her hindquarters, good shoulder. And I think mentally she's there too. She's very professional on track.
And I've become a great fan of this bloodline as far as Cinco Charlie by Indian Charlie, going back to the great In Excess. You think of the influence that Indian Charlie has had on this sport with horses such as Nyquist, a Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner, as well as a Kentucky Derby winner. I think that tradition will carry on with Cinco Charlie, who was a very fast horse. And this filly, yeah, she's got everything going for her as far as looks, the pedigree, Florent Giroux. And Cinco Charlie, this would be a big notch in his belt because he's still looking for his first winner. He already has a stakes-placed runner, but has yet to produce a winner. But it's obviously very early days when it comes to the runners by Cinco Charlie. So Basilia definitely worth several looks at odds of 8-1. I had a chance to speak to Phil Schoenthal. He sends out 2 in here, the number 7 horse Cool Enough, as well as the number 11 horse Super Helpful. And he was telling me that the 7 Cool Enough, with those workouts on grass, that those that worked him, this filly for him, have said that she is going to be a grass horse. So Cool Enough, you have to respect her. She's currently 34-1 on the tote board. She has that race under her belt, which is going to aid her against this inexperienced group, so watch out for her. And then Phil's saying with Super Helpful, the number 11 horse, who's 14-1, perhaps she's just getting played because of the fact that she comes from a female family of turf winners. This mare, Franz Cat, has had 5 turf winners during her broodmare career, 8 winners overall and 3 stakes winners. So that's why she's getting the attention. And obviously moving over to the grass will help Super Helpful. But I think that of the two, take a very closer look at Cool Enough, the number 7 at 34-1.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Whitney Julep Cup. They are at the post. They're off. Awkward beginning for Basilia, who broke last. There goes Carson's Kitten out for the early lead. Cool Enough is there. Mania far outside. Faded Rose away running in fourth. Right to Freedom is fifth. Blissful Change moves up 2 spots from sixth against the rail. Faded Rose going to back away into the sixth position now, running nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 2 to Lilac Lace in seventh. Kitten Rocks is eighth toward the inside. Super Helpful is in ninth. Basilia, after that poor beginning, is 10th on the outside. A lot of ground to make up around the far turn and a short time to do it. Further back, you've got She Likes Daisies next to last. Queen of the Temple trails. It was 21.96 seconds. The time for the opening quarter, top of the stretch. Here's Mania to the outside. Carson's Kitten to the inside. Right to Freedom needs room down toward the rail. It is Carson's Kitten with the lead. Mania tries to draw alongside. Kitten Rocks runs toward the rail, and here comes Lilac Lace on the outside. Here comes Super Helpful on the outside. Right to Freedom still behind horses. Lilac Lace has gotten the lead. Coming past the 16th pole, chased all the way by Super Helpful. Lilac Lace at 19-1 to take the opener. Super Helpful and then Queen of the Temple with a late run.
Lilac Lace dashing away from them. Congratulations to AVQ Racing. That's Ashley Cordarolo, Anthony Cordarolo, her father, the winning combination here with Ricardo Santana Jr. in the saddle. A first-time starter who came in with some strong workouts over in Louisville. And boy, did it all come together here today on debut.
So professional today. The way that she rated from off of the pace under Ricardo Santano, it was super impressive. And also a very nice runner-up performance from the 11 Super Helpful, who looks like she's found the right surface to run on today, Scott.
Job well done. Well done to the 11 horse. She put in a strong performance from that strong turf family for Phil Schoenthal. But it's all about the 8. Lilac Lace carrying the lilac emblazoned silks for Ashley Cordarolo. Well done. 8-11-6. There is a photo for the fourth money, but a clear winner by the 8s, Lilac Lace.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 8 Lilac Lace was first, 11 Super Helpful second, 6 Queen of the Temple third, 5 Kitten Rocks fourth, and 10 Mania was fifth. 8, 11, 6, 5, 10. Unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's first, the Whitney Julep Cup, 8 Lilac Lace, owned by AVQ Racing LLC of Ashley Cordarolo, trained by Anthony Cordarolo, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Lilac Lace, a 2-year-old filly by High Cotton, out of Royal Promise by Congrats. The winner bred in Florida by Montanari and Epstein, 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 4.35 seconds. Results of Keeneland's first race official. 8-11-6-5-10 official for Keeneland's first event. There will be a Toyota Super High Five jackpot carryover for the next eligible race of $33,833. Keeneland's second event upcoming. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering. Main track is listed fast. The turf is good. A reminder, the temporary rail is down today, contrary to the program. Second race, scratch the 2, Queen Bess. Scratch 3, Josie. Scratch 6, Lily. 2, 3, and 6 are scratched. No show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, and no super high five on race 2. Third race, scratch the 1 fan favorite, also scratch the 9, Crown the Prince. 1 fan favorite and 9, Crown the Prince, scratched. The jockey for number 3, Bold Quest, Brian Hernandez Jr. Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey for 3, Bold Quest. Fourth race, jockey for the 6, Beach House, is Joe Rocco Jr. 6, Beach House, Joe Rocco Jr., Wave the Bug, the weight 124. And the jockey for the 8, Bobina de Phil, Edgar Morales. Number 8, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Looking ahead to race 5, no scratches, no jockey changes at this time in the 5th.
Race number 2, 21 minutes to post, just a field of 4 with the scratches in this race. But back in race number 1, what kind of payoffs did we have there? Did I hear there was a $19,000 payoff?
$19,000 superfecta.
And that's a dime.
Yeah.
For a dime cashing for $19,000.
Pretty incredible. And there's no surprise there. It was 19-1 winner over a 15-1 second place finisher there. So the exacted trifectas, superfectas, they returned handsomely.
Well, I'm not going to say it because there's an 18-1 shot. We could see that. They're not going to see the superfecta because there is not one in this race with the scratches. But we've got a heavy favorite, the 5, at 1-5, Urban Insight for Charlie Lopresti and Joel Rosario. This is the mare that I go to. I think she's tipped her hand as of late. She's going as good as she has ever in her career. She had a spell where the races weren't all that good, but she does have dirt form that you got to take a look at, and comes off the 5-month layoff with some solid enough time to work with Joel Rosario jumping aboard. You've got to respect this mare. 1-5 is too short, but the bottom line is this horse should be favored. So it's just one of those situations that you're being dealt with a full-horse field. So if you're looking for the win bet, the 5 is my top play in here at odds of 1-5. The 1-horse Recoded is my second choice for Ian Wilkes. This is a filly that comes out of the race that Sconson was the winner of, the number 1 horse, Recoded, for Ian Wilkes. Sconson, winner of that last race, going 6.5 furlongs. And Sconson, we saw in the Beaumont, put together a strong performance. So comes out of a live race, easier competition here today. Obviously drops in class, looking for that easier competition. And she's a filly that's got a good size to her. You can see her down in the paddock right now, the daughter of Honor Code with Julian Leperoux, who will take the call. And then finally, the full horse, Sugar Love, is my third choice for Rusty Arnold. Another one coming off synthetic runs, hasn't been seen in 4 months, but has had some quick workouts here at Keeneland, up to 5/8. So you've got to think that this filly will be ready to roll off the layoff as she drops in for 50 as well. So 5-1-4. I don't think there's a lot of separation between these top 3. Again, I think the 5 is my top play, but when you look at the 1 and you look at the 4 and the prices you're getting, 9-2 versus 7-2 versus 1-5, I think that's a bit off when looking at the win pool.
I think, you have to consider how this race will be run. And the 5 Urban Insight, especially considering her last race, I think she's got enough speed to be on the lead, if not the lone speed in here. We will see if she gets a little bit of pace pressure from the 7 Destiny's Darling. But that's what makes things, I think, a little bit more complex, even though it is a short field, is the pace scenario. A lot of the time when we get these shorter fields, anything can happen in terms of the pace. But the 5 Urban Insight, she clearly gets class relief. She drops in class for a tag for the first time since she broke her maiden here at Keeneland at the maiden $100,000 level. So a class relief, you have to respect her. 1-5 is a little low because there are a couple of horses who are getting class reliefs as well, including my second selection, the number 4 Sugar Love. And she comes back to the main track, which I think, you could argue is maybe even a preferred surface. She clearly did well in her last 2 races, but she's another one that gets a class relief. The only time that they put her in for a tag was at the $30,000 level when she broke her maiden, and she handled it easily. So this is another one. If you go back to, when she started her career back in 2018 and even the beginning of last year, she put in some solid performances against quality maiden special weight types. So I do think that the talent is there, and she does look fit off of the layoff. And then I'll throw in a price play in terms of that third slot and try to go against the 1 here at 9-2. The 7 Destiny's Darling, I like her natural speed. I think it's going to be up to the 5 or the 7 to be forwardly placed. And we'll see how the track plays today. We mentioned yesterday on the main track it was really difficult for horses to close, but we did get some rain overnight, so maybe we'll see a different track today. It's something to pay attention to in this upcoming second race. But the 7 Destiny's Darling, I think she could be right there on her best day, and she does have that tactical edge, I guess you could say. She's 17-1, and she will be the third selection here as well. So 16 minutes out from the second race, horses heading out to the main track at 6 furlongs. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering here. This for fillies and mares, age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, 6 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. Scratch the 2, Queen Bess, scratch 3, Josie, and scratch 6, Lely. As a result of those scratches, no show wagering, no trifecta, no superfecta, and no super high 5 on race 2. Here are the horses for the second. Number 1 is Recoded, owned by 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, by Randall Block and Turf Racing Stable of Rusty Jones. Trained by Ian Wilkes. The jockey is Julien Leperoux. 2 and 3 are scratched. 4 is Sugar Love, racing for Ashbrook Farm of Glenn Bromidgen, trainer Rusty Arnold, and jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 5, Urban Insight, owned by Mark Greer, trained by Charlie Lopresti. The jockey is Joel Rosario. 6 is scratched. 7 is Destiny's Darling, owned by Gary Piper, and Angelo Ferro, trained by Aaron West. Jockey Declan Cannon. Post time, 7 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. Recoded comes out for the early lead. Urban Insight there, but now here comes Sugar Love kicking in between those two, but it will be Recoded at the rail. Short lead for Julian Leperoux. 3/4 of a length now, starts to open up almost a full length heading up the backstretch. Sugar Love is going to travel along in the second position. Destiny's Darling far outside starts moving up as a team with Urban Insight, who's in close quarters there in between horses and lost a length or two heading into the far turn. It was 23.01 seconds the time for that first quarter. Destiny's Darling has drawn alongside of Recoded. Those two matching strides coming toward the quarter pole. Then a gap of 5 more lengths back to Sugar Love in third. And Urban Insight is fourth following that awkward move into the turn. Top of the stretch, Destiny's Darling and Recoded still continue their tussle, working their way toward the 8th pole. Gap of 4 lengths back to Sugar Love and Urban Insight, who are both trying to get something started once again, but the leaders are past the 8th pole. Recoded has the lead. Sugar Love coming on the outside with Urban Insight, then Destiny's Darling. Sugar Love, Urban Insight trying to catch Recoded. Recoded, Sugar Love. Photo for the win, either Sugar Love or Recoded for that top spot.
Taking a look at these horses coming down the stretch, it's another tight finish here, and we don't really know who won it. It's going to either go to the 1 Recoded towards the inside or the number 4 Sugar Love closing to the outside. Scott, we've been blessed with some pretty tight finishes, and here's another one.
Even in a full-horse field, we have this kind of a race, and right at the wire, tough angle to look at. Do you want my honest opinion? And I'm going to give it to you. I don't even know I'm asking you. I think the 1 holds on at that second look. And right here is going to reveal just that.
I think you may be right on that one.
Very tight on the wire. It's the 1 or the 4. It's up to the placing judges.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second. Number 1, Recoded, finished first. 4, Sugar Love, second. 5, Urban Insight, third. 7, Destiny's Darling, fourth. 1, 4, 5, 7, unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's second race, 1, Recoded, owned by Six Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens, owned also by Randall Block, and Turf Stable Racing LLC of Rusty Jones, Ian Wilkes, the trainer, and Julian Leperoux, the jockey. Recoded, 3-year-old filly by Honor Code out of Rehocracy by Adhocracy, bred in Kentucky by Nursery Place, Donaldson and Broadbent, 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.79 seconds, and the results are official. 1-4-5-7 official for Keeneland's second race. Keeneland's third race upcoming. The turf is listed good. Contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering, and there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $33,833. In this third race, scratch the 1 fan favorite, scratch the 9, Crown the Prince. 1 fan favorite, 9, Crown the Prince, scratched. Jockey for number 3, Bold Quest, Brian Hernandez Jr. 3, Bold Quest, Brian Hernandez Jr. Fourth race, jockey for the 6, Beach House, Joe Rocco Jr. Wave the Bug, the weight 124 pounds. And the jockey for the 8, Bobina de Fiel, is Edgar Morales, number 8, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Race 5, no scratches, no jockey changes at this time of the 5th.
Race number 3, 25 minutes to post. It does start another rolling double as well as a pick 3. 2 scratches out of this one, the 1 withdrawn, as is the number 9 horse, Crown the Prince. And currently the 4 horse is 3-5. That's Digital Software, a colt that's a Keeneland graduate and comes out of a very productive race back on the 12th of June.
I'm talking about that productive race, in particular the winner, Gray's Creek, most recently ran here at Keeneland and found the winner circle, 84 Buyer speed figure for that win. And overall, Scott, I think that was a very strong race, so probably deserves to be 3-5 here.
Yeah, if there was one horse that you'd point to say, okay, this horse is going to win, I know it's going to be a short price, you just got to accept it. Digital Software is that colt here today because of what he was able to do. It was a good race. He was no match for the winner in that stablemate, as the run line tells you. So you just got to trust us on this one. And this colt gets Tyler Gaffleone, and we touched on this yesterday in recent days how good he is on turf. His overall numbers, Gaffleone, are 18%, which are good. But when he rides on the grass, he's 21%. That's a 3-point improvement. That's significant. It's significant in any sporting statistic that you'll come across. So Digital Software, 3-5, deserves to be. Parkland is my second choice. That's the number 2 horse for Carlo Vaccarezza and his wife Priscilla. Carlo bred this gelding. And could we see 2 half-brothers to Little Mike win this week at the summer meet?
I think we can. That's why I picked him on top.
Militarist was very impressive. Just a few days back, or earlier in the week, and this gelding would be his older brother. He ran well enough on turf for the first time at a big price. So at 9-2, you've got to respect this horse. You've got to respect this family on the equine side as well as on the human side, because the Carlo Vaccarezza runners have been doing very, very well this week. Parkland at 9-2, the alternative to the favorites, and I think deserves to be. And then East Lex, the number 5 horse for Mike Maker. He's run 2 good races on turf. Good race last time out at Gulfstream Park. All you have to do is to look at his last couple of races and think that he's going to be live in this group. So he's earned some strong figures, especially in his first race at Fairgrounds on that turf course back in February. So at 6-1, another one you've got to consider. But it's going to be tough to beat Digital Software, and that's why he's 4-5. 4-2-5 for me here in race 3.
I'm going to go with a little bit of a shot against the heavy favorite here with the 2 Parkland, because you look at those races, so you compare the Churchill race that Parkland exits and you compare the race at Churchill that Digital Software exits. They were both run at the distance of a mile. The final time, the same, 1:36.2. So I do think that those 2 races were very strong, both for separate reasons, but I do think that the quality is there. So if you're looking at kind of the discrepancy in prices, well, I'm going to go with a 4-1 shot over a 4-5 shot. And Parkland, as Scott mentioned, he's got a lovely pedigree to suggest he's going to even move forward here today with the added distance to a mile and 3/16. He's a half to Little Mike. He's a half to Militarist, who won earlier this week for the same connection. So I went in this direction too, because I went back and I watched his last race. He's got this long, slow, loping stride. He swapped leads even several times coming down the stretch. I think number 1, he was just it's going to do him well just feeling the surface in the afternoon for the first time, but also because of that long loping stride, I think he's going to vastly improve with the added distance to a mile and 3/16. And then finally, the number 4 Digital Software, or not finally, I should say, is my second choice, and he should be respected. I mentioned Gray's Creek, the winner of the race, came back to get an 84 Buyer speed figure for his recent win here at Keeneland, and it's Chad Brown, it's Tyler Gaffleone, it's the turf, it's a maiden race. He could very well win at 4-5. The number 3 Bold Quest is the horse I'm going to use at a price in third at 13-1 for trainer Phil Schoenthal. We saw his runner do really well in the first race. The 2-year-old race is the 11 Super Helpful, finishing second at 15-1. So maybe we could see a big performance from Bold Quest here as well. Now, he's a horse that, hasn't shown much speed in his last 2 races on the turf, but I think that's why they decided to stretch him out to this distance, and we could maybe see an improvement from that. I mean, both of his tries on the turf have been okay. He's closed into moderate paces in both of those 2 events, so, I think there's definitely a potential to improve, and he looks extra sharp today in the paddock for the connection. So the 3 Bold Quest going to be the third selection at 13-1. 20 minutes to post here for the third race, a nice maiden special weight event coming up next. Best of luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Mockmer Hall. Maiden special weight for 3-year-olds and up, 1 mile and 3/16 over the turf, listed good. Contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Double and pick 3 wagering carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $33,833. Scratch the 1 fan favorite, scratch the 9 Crown the Prince. The jockey for number 3, Bold Quest, is Brian Hernandez Jr. Let's meet the horses for the third. 1 is Scratch, 2 is Parkland, owned by Priscilla Vacareza, trained by Carlo Vacareza, Joel Rosario to ride. 3, Bold Quest, owned by Matthew Groff, Jamie Graff, Josh Kinney, trained by Phil Schoenthal, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. 4, Digital Software, owned by the Klarovich Stables Incorporated of Seth Klarman, trained by Chad Brown. Jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 5, East Lex, owned by Bloom Racing Stable LLC of Jeff Bloom, owned also by Hugh Lynch. Mike Maker trains, Julian Leperoux rides. 6, Summer Palace, owned by Rebecca Helen, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 7, Midnight Joestar, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Florent Giroux. 8, Tolkien, owned by J&J Stables of John Williams, the trainer Carlo Vacareza, the jockey Joe Talamo. 9 is Scratch, 10 is Carmel Bay, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. Post time at 7 minutes.
Six minutes to post for the third race here at Keeneland Racecourse, and we're taking a look at some of these horses warming up on track, and you're taking a closer look at the number 4 Digital Software, your 4-5 favorite right now, and as you can see, just a very classy individual. He's taking everything in stride here today, and I love the fact that Tyler Gaffalione is just very confident on this horse's back, just letting him kind of do his thing, taking in his surroundings. He's looking around. You can see his ears straight forward. It's good to see. It's good to see that. It's kind of a sign of a very intelligent horse. So he definitely looks like the horse to beat. Even from a physical standpoint, it's funny because he's probably the smallest horse in the field. He doesn't have much size to him. When I was watching him go through the post parade, him compared to even the size of the pony, he doesn't look very big at all. But a lot of the time you like to see that type of physicality for a horse that is stretching out to these longer distances. They just kind of glide over the turf course, and they have a lot left when it's all said and done. And I just like his mind, as I mentioned. When these distances get longer, it's very important for these horses to keep their composure pre-race and not expend any of that. And I'm seeing that from this particular horse. 4 to 5 is short, though. We'll talk about some other contenders who I thought made a nice appearance on track. The 2 Parkland is one of them. He's a big horse. If you compared him kind of to your favorite, completely different conformations here, but I do like how he's been acting on track too, a big-bodied individual, and I mentioned his slow, loping stride. Usually horses that are like that, they don't really like the mile distance, so I think the added distance, he's going to be able to kind of gather himself up and go from there. I do think that he is the legitimate horse to try to upset the favorite. And then the number 6, Summer Palace, for trainer Brendan Walsh. I didn't know what to do with his last race because he broke from the outside post. He was forwardly placed in that event. He actually had some trouble in that race. He was kind of in a very tight spot on the rail and throughout the stretch. That particular day, watching the replay, it looked like he got really hot. You could see the lather building on his shoulder and even in his hindquarters. And today it seems like he's behaving himself just fine, which I like to see once again at this particular distance. So I would have to, go give these 3 horses the check mark in terms of not only their appearance, but also their behavior, how they're handling themselves on track. And again, today's probably one of the cooler days in comparison to other days so far during this 5-day meet. Still a heavy favorite, though, the number 4 Digital Software for Chad Brown. Nice maiden special weight coming up next at 1 mile and 3/16.
Your attention, please. Looking ahead to Keeneland's 7th race, scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. Again, looking ahead to race 7, the Transylvania, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 3rd race, the Mockmer Hall. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Parkland from the inside for the early lead. Bold Quest is there in the opening strides. Here's Summer Palace. Digital Software is up close in between horses. Bold Quest moves by Parkland and has the lead now. Gets over next to the rail. Bold Quest in front by a length. Summer Palace goes second by a length. And then Digital Software in third. Parkland shuffled back to fourth here early on and is joined there by East Lex, who stays outward from the rail, 3 lanes wide heading into the first turn, traveling along in the 5th position. Midnight Joe Star is in 6th. Carmel Bay is going to be wide out toward the center of the course into the first turn. It'll be a ground-saving trip for Tolkien that allows him to move up a couple of spots from last into 6th after an opening quarter at 23.51 seconds. Bold Quest is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Summer Palace goes second, a length and a half. Parkland moves up a spot third. And Digital Software is fourth up on the outside. Tolkien picks up another position in 5th, still gliding up the rail past East Lex, and then Midnight Joe Star and Carmel Bay, who's now the distant trailer, a good 10 to 12 lengths off the leader, 47.96 the time for the first half mile. Bold Quest is that leader, 3/4 of a length. And Summer Palace is second a length. Parkland is third up on the outside, 2 lengths off the leader. And now Tolkien is running out of room, has moved all the way up the rail into 4th, but starts looking for more area to run as they move around the far turn. Meantime, Summer Palace is put ahead in front. Bold Quest tries to respond. Parkland is third. Tolkien is 4th. And Digital Software is 5th and running 6th from the front. Midnight Joe Star outside of that one. Then East Lex back toward the rail. Summer Palace the leader. Parkland trying to come on from the outside. Summer Palace chased by Parkland. Midnight Joe Star. Digital Software is still 4th. Summer Palace the leader. Parkland coming on. Midnight Joe Star 3rd. Parkland, Midnight Joe Star bearing down around Summer Palace. Midnight Joe Star puts ahead in front at the line. Midnight Joe Star to win at Parkland 2nd, Summer Palace 3rd, and then it was Digital Software home 4th, Tolkien 5th.
An 11-1 winner, Midnight Joe Star, the Keeneland September sales graduate from 2018, does it for Susan and Jim Hill, Eddie Keneally, and Florent Giroux, and a nice performance, too, from Parkland. He went with Midnight Joe Star as far as he could, but just comes up a bit short, finishing second.
Well, this race definitely featured a fast pace, and all considering, I thought Summer Palace ran a big race to hang on in the very end for 3rd, but the 7 Midnight Joster getting up right in the nick of time under Florent Giroux.
11-1. Head on down to the winner's circle, Eddie Keneally.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of Keeneland's 3rd race: 7, Midnight Joe Star was 1st, 2, Parkland was 2nd, 6, Summer Palace 3rd, the 4, Digital Software 4th, and 8, Tolkien 5th. 72648 unofficial. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's third, the Mockmer Hall. 7, Midnight Joestar, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Florent Giroux. Midnight Joestar, a 3-year-old son of Midnight Lute, out of Star of Johar by Johar. The winner bred in Kentucky by Midnight Lute Syndicate, Emerald Q Partners Incorporated, and TCR Ranch. Keeneland September graduate gets the mile and 3/16 over the turf listed good, 1 minute 55.8 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official, 72648, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also the start of the pick 6. No carryover for the pick 6, but there is a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $39,514. Main track is fast, turf listed good. A reminder, contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. In the fourth race, the jockey for the 6, Beach House, Joe Rocco Jr. Joe Rocco Jr. rides the 6, Wave the Bug, the weight 124 pounds. And the jockey for number 8, Bobina de Feel, Edgar Morales. Number 8, Bobina de Feel, Edgar Morales, the jockey. Race 5, no scratches, no jockey changes in the 5th. In the 6th race, scratch the 3, My Favorite Day. That's the 6th race, scratch 3, My Favorite Day. No Super High 5 on that 6th event. 7th race, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. Scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. 8th race, scratch the 5, Home Base. Also scratch 8, the Tabulator. Scratch the 10, Heartwood. And scratch 11, Whitmore. 5, 8, 10, and 11. Please note, number 13, Borracho, draws into the race. 9th race, the TVG Elkhorn. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution. And scratch 12, Hierarchy.
Pick six time here on closing day, and with it being closing day, that means mandatory payout in the pick six. So if you're a pick six player, make sure you focus on these next six races as you've got 17 minutes to get down on the pick six. And right now, looking into the paddock as these horses saddle up, that is the 5, I do believe, getting saddled. The favorites, Could You, off the 7-month layoff for Al Stahl.
I like her in here. I thought that this was a competitive field, though, and the one thing that she, kind of has to prove is that she is fit coming in off the layoff, because we have not seen her since November of last year. But a good field assembled, I thought, a competitive betting race for this maiden $50,000 event.
I'll start with the number 7 horse, my top play at 3-1. That's Curls and Bows, a filly by Keeneland who has at least had some recent races under her belt, and that's why I think that she may have the edge over the 5 horse who I do respect in here because of the fact that she's coming off the 7-month layoff. So that's piecing it together for me, dropping in class, recent races, and you got Brian Hernandez Jr., who's going good right now here at Keeneland Racecourse. I'll take a swing with the 3-1 shot right now as she stands on the tote board with 16 minutes to post. My second choice is the 4 Free for Dane Kabisky, a filly that was dropped in for 50 last time out and ran a good race. She showed good speed going 7 furlongs. She'll shorten up to 3/4 of a mile, which I think will move her forward. She sits at 3-1. And then you've got the 5 horse Could Be, who I couldn't get around as far as leaving her out of the top 3. The current choice at 5-2, even off the 7-month layoff. Al Stahl, very good with extended layoff horses, strikes at 23%. And not, clearly the tote board tells you this. I don't need to, but I will anyways, Gabby. There's not a lot separating these top 3 horses.
Exactly. That's what I said. It's a pretty good betting race. I did land on the 5 Could You, though, because of those kind of stats that you were mentioning with Al Stahl just preparing his horses off of similar time. And I like the fact that she showed speed in both of her first 2 races. Now she drops in class. She's going to be keen and fresh off of the layoff. And I think she could probably even be in a position to control on the front end. She might get a little bit of pace pressure from the 6 Beach House, who was on top of a very fast pace last time out. That's really the only other filly in here that I think can run with her. And you can see her, she's not a very big filly, and I think that's probably a better thing for her and her preparation coming in off of the layoff, the ability to get her fit today. The number 7, Curls and Bows, you have to respect her. I mentioned this earlier, that I think 2 trainers approached the Keeneland summer meet with absolutely loaded. And one of them was Kenny McPeak, the other is Wesley Ward. And we've kind of found that to play out to be true, especially in Kenny McPeak's regard. So this is a filly who's dropping in class. She went against the likes of Paris Lights 2 starts back, a very promising filly. I think she just needs a class relief, and she's better at sprinting. So combine those 2 things, and this could be the right spot for her. The 2 Kisses for Heidi for trainer Ben Colebrook, a filly that showed speed and faded at 7 furlongs last time out. Teenage Kicks was the winner of the race, technically. She came back to win a maiden $30,000 event, though. This filly, she had a trouble trip last time out, and that was her dirt debut. So what can we make of her today, especially at the 6 furlongs? I'm not so sure, and I'm curious to see the type of ride that James Graham puts in on her, whether or not they're going to try to send her and force her from the inside post or get her a little bit covered up and go from there. But that was the one thing that I think kind of makes or breaks her performance, is there are some quick fillies to her outside. Will they go? Will she go? Will she take back? We'll find out in about 13 minutes. She's 4-1, though. So live on the tote board right now. A competitive betting race for sure. You can see 2 horses up there at 3-1. Your favorite, the 5 at 5-2, and even the 2 at 4-1. So not much separating these particular individuals. Kind of a tough way to kick off the pick 6, which does start in this race. It's a 10-cent pick 6, and it is a mandatory payout here on closing day. Best of luck if you're betting the sequence.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming race, fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double, pick 3, and pick 6 wagering. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $39,000. The jockey for the 6 Beach House will be Joe Rocco Jr. Wave the Bug, the weight 124. And the jockey for the 8 Bobina de Fil is Edgar Morales. And the post parade for race 4, number 1 is Slancha, owned by J&M Bloodstock LLC of Jennifer O'Donnell, trained by Marcus O'Donnell. Rafael Bejarano is up. 2 Kisses for Heidi, owned by Harold Heidingsfelder, trained by Ben Colebrook. James Graham to ride. 3 Media Mendacity, owned by Sally Thomas, trained by Alice Cohn. Julian Leperoux, the jockey. 4 is Free, owned by PTK LLC of Thomas Haughey, trained by Dane Kabisky, the jockey Corey Lannery. 5 Could You, owned by Stuart M. Madison and Steve Landry, trained by Al Stall Jr. Miguel Mena is up. 6 Beach House, owned by Deborah McCutcheon, trained by Robert McCutcheon. The jockey is Joe Rocco Jr. 7 Curls and Bows, owned by Lucky 7 Stable of Michael Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. And 8 Bobina de Fil, owned by Philip Bursch, trained by Wayne Mackey, the jockey Edgar Morales. Post time at 5 minutes.
You've got 5 minutes to play the final pick 6 of this summer meet, and that means mandatory payout. So if you're a pick 6 player, take advantage of it. 5 minutes to post before the start of today's pick 6 with that mandatory payout. There is the 5-horse Could You 7-month layoff. How fit does she look to you, Gabby?
She looks perfectly fit to me. I think she's prepared and ready to go. It's a question of, is she going to, be the most talented in this field? We have a couple of class droppers in here, but Scott, you can see her on track. She's just not a big filly, which I don't mind. It looks like she's a little bit easier to maybe get fit off of the layoff. She's got great definition on her shoulder and behind the saddle towel too. So I'm liking what I see from her off of the layoff.
I want to take you over to the 3 Media Mendacity, a commissioner filly who takes a drop down in class, as so many of these fillies are in here. She's run 2 races. They've both come on the turf course, one at Fairgrounds, one at Churchill. Daughter of commissioner trying dirt. She's got the pedigree to move forward on dirt.
I just liked her presence in the post parade, and even here as we're looking at her under Julian Leparoux, she is one of the few in here. I mean, she's got a lot of energy. You could see she's on her toes. She definitely looks keen today. But in terms of getting warm and keeping those energy levels up, she's really showing all positive signs here. Physically, it doesn't look like she shouldn't be able to handle the main track today. So I like her at a little bit of a shot on track at 9-1. There were a couple of fillies that don't look like they might have been handling the heat that well. The 2 Kisses for Heidi, she was getting a little bit warm, as was the case with the 4 Free. But you can see not necessarily the case for the 3 Medium Mendacity. So maybe a price play to throw into that pick 6.
Pick 6, 2 stakes races, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. That is race number 7. And then it'll close out with the final race of the meet, the TVG Elkhorn, the co-feature on the card. Good luck if you're playing the pick 6 or any endeavors wagering-wise here with race number 4.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, start of the pick 6. They are at the post, and they're off. There goes Beach House out running for the early lead. Could You has early speed as well. Free is up close from in between horses. And then Kisses for Heidi, who comes away running fourth down toward the inside. Curls and Bows is away running in fifth. Awkward move for Kisses for Heidi, who had to check, drop back a couple of lengths. That will allow Curls and Bows to move up on the outside, take over fourth. Kisses for Heidi now fifth. Medium Mendacity sixth. Slantia seventh. Bobina DeFeel is eighth, 22.34 seconds. The time for that first quarter. Could You is the leader, 3/4 of a length. Around the far turn, Beach House is second, a length and a half. Curls and Bows tries to move into contention, still third, 5 lengths off the lead, has to angle wide. Free is fourth back toward the inside, and then Kisses for Heidi at the top of the stretch. And Curls and Bows, with that move off the turn, comes forward to take the lead from Could You in second. And then comes Kisses for Heidi on the outside, but Curls and Bows is coming to the 16th pole. Curls and Bows on a 4-length lead. Back to the rest, Could You in second, Kisses for Heidi in third, Medium Mendacity fourth. No catching, Curls and Bows winning it for Brian Hernandez Jr. Could You was across the line in second, then close for third, Kisses for Heidi or Medium Mendacity.
So it's Curls and Bows swinging off the turn and carrying that momentum right past Could You, the 5, who ran a good race on the comeback, but the last eighth of a mile, she had no response for Curls and Bows, who was just too good for him here today. Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. coming together for Lucky 7 Stable.
You said it right, Scott. She was just too good for this field. Brian Hernandez having to go a little bit wide around the turn, but he knew the type of horse that was underneath of him, and you just can't stop a good thing here. Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez, they've been strong at this summer meeting at Keeneland.
7-5-2-3 photo for the fifth money. Curls and Bows clear late here in this 6-furlong sprint.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. 7 Curls and Bows was first. 5 Could You was second. 2 Kisses for Heidi third. 3 Medium Mendacity fourth. 6 Beach House was fifth. 7-5-2-3-6 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's fourth, 7 Curls and Bows, owned by the Lucky 7 stable of Michael Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., the jockey. Curls and Bows, a 3-year-old Curlin filly out of Tricksky by Peteski, bred in Kentucky by Mike Abram. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 10.48 seconds. Results of race 4, official. 7-5-2-3-6, the official results for Keeneland's fourth race. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, also starts the late pick 5. A reminder, contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Turf is listed good. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $41,483. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th race, scratch 3, My Favorite Day. 3, My Favorite Day scratched. No Super High 5 on race 6. 7th race, scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. That's the 7th race, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania, scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. 8th race, scratch 5, Home Base. Scratch 8, the Tabulator. Scratch 10, Heartwood. And scratch 11, Whitmore. Remember, number 13, Baracho, draws into the race. Race 9, the TVG Elkhorn. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution. And scratch 12, Hierarchy.
Race number 5 will start the final pick 5 of this summer meet at Keeneland, and obviously with all these multi-race exotics, mandatory payouts in all situations. And here in race number 5, two other than allowance race, 1 mile on the turf, lukewarm favoritism to Empire of War. That's the filly, or the colt rather, on your screen for Mike Maker and Three Diamonds Farm.
And he's definitely the horse to beat, just considering some of the horses that he's faced in the last couple. Tusk, Penalty, Largent. So the class is there, and you know what also helps him is that he does at least have enough speed to get himself into the race early.
I'm going to go with the 4-horse Chaps and hope that this stretch out to a mile is going to move this gelding forward, because he's run some big races going 5/8 of a mile, 5.5 furlongs. He ran into Leinster, who we saw win the Shakertown. That was back in June of last year. And off of that race, this gelding has run 2 strong third-place finishes for Joseph W. Sutton, the homebred gelding. Eddie Keneally looking for his second win on the card today. So I think a lot of reasons to match things up and feel that this gelding is going to run well. So first time going a route, I'll take a swing with Chaps here today as he sits at 4-1. Empire of War is my second choice as he makes his Keeneland debut. A horse that hasn't been seen in 3 months, but he's run some consistent races as of late, even in defeat, not beaten that far off. And he's a horse that they thought highly of early on in his career, running against stakes companies. Actually a stakes winner of the Awad Stakes up at Aqueduct back in 2018, so when he was a 2-year-old. So Empire of War, there's some back class there as he takes on this group 3-1 as the still the favorite. And then the 6-horse Sabador is my third choice, 5-1. Here's a horse. He's now 6 years old for Connor Murphy. They got out of Europe, a horse that ran in some pretty solid races, even ran at Royal Ascot back in 2017 when he was defeated by Bless Him. But bottom line is, when they brought him here, he ran a solid enough race on debut at Keeneland, and then they tried him right in the Turf Classic at Churchill at Grade 1 event, where there was some heavy hitters in there. You've got Kurban, you've got Bricks and Mortar, eventual horse of the year. So he hasn't raced since then. But you've got to think that they really like this horse to give him another shot against two other than company at the age of 6. I think he's live at 5-1 with Jimmy Graham.
All right, 5-1 on that runner. I went to a priced horse here right now, 6-1, the number 7, Lost in Limbo for trainer Tom Proctor. Now, this horse has primarily sprinted throughout his career, and to be honest, I think he's kind of that in-betweener. I don't think he necessarily is his best at 5 furlongs, and I don't think he's his best at a mile and a 16th. So the fact that he cuts back to the mile today after a mile and a 16th race last time out, in his third race off of the layoff, I think he should be primed and ready to go. He looks great in the paddock for the connections here. If you go back to his race in October at Laurel, I know that was on the main track, but he was a horse that at least showed that he can rate from off of the pace and be effective going a distance of ground. And that was at a mile distance, the 1-turn mile at Laurel, with a kind of an elongated stretch. So if that can apply here, the mile on the turf, I think he's very live. And once again, like the fact that he at least has those 2 races underneath of him in terms of getting that foundation into his season. The number 3, Empire of War for trainer Mike Maker. I can't really knock this horse. He's done a lot right. I guess the only thing is, with some of these sprinters stretching out to 2 turns, is there going to be a fast pace? Will he get lost? Will that pace come back to him here today? Some of the questions that you can pose for a favorite, but I do respect him, and he is the proven 2-turn horse, and he's also the proven class in this race. The number 4, Chaps, talking about sprinter stretching out to 2 turns. Well, this horse is stretching out to the mile from 2 5-furlong turf sprints in his last 2 starts, most recently at Churchill Downs, where he had a heartbreaking defeat, lost by a half length at 16-1. But he clearly looks like he's moving in the right direction. This is a horse who looked like he started to get better in the latter half of his season last year as a 4-year-old, and it looks like he picked up where he left off in his 2 races this year. The question is, can he handle the distance, and can he handle a little bit of pace pressure? I think he could potentially get that pace pressure from my top selection in the 7, Lost in Limbo. So a couple different directions to go here, but the betting public landing on the 3, Empire of War at 7-2 as we kick off the late pick 5.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race. The Hagen, an allowance for 3-year-olds and up, a mile over the turf, listed good. Contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down. Double and pick 3 wagering. This starts the late pick 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $41,000. No scratches, no jockey changes. 8 minutes to post. Here are the horses for race 5. One is Kaziranga, owned by Eulalia Running Rabbit, and Fawad El Cardi, trained by Mark Sims Jr., the jockey Miguel Mena. 2 Celerity, owned by Cundiff Racing LLC, of trainer Waylon Cundiff. Calvin Burrell is up. 3 Empire of War, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 4 Chaps, owned by Joseph W. Sutton, trained by Eddie Keneally, Corey Lannery to ride. 5 Bird's Eye View, owned by Ballybrit Stable LLC of Alan Lustig, trained by Mike Deeney. John Velasquez is up. 6 Abador, owned by Inchy Bridge Stables LLC of Fergus O'Sullivan, trained by Connor Murphy, the jockey James Graham. 7 Lost in Limbo, owned by the Willow Lane Stable Incorporated of John Kuehl, trained by Tom Proctor, Adam Beschitza to ride. And 8 Morocco, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Procia, owned also by David Staudiker, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look at the field warming up on track before this 5th race to kick off the pick 5 here. And I thought a very competitive field, even more so after looking at these horses warm up on track. There are some good looking individuals, and I don't really have anything to say negatively or ultra positively about the 3 Empire of War, your favorite. So we'll talk about some other contenders in this field. The one Kaziranga, you can see him on track. I just really liked how this horse broke away from the pony and getting in a good warm up under Miguel Mena. Good energy. I just really like his demeanor on track, everything. He looks incredibly fit, and he also looks like a turf horse. So I think he's really interesting getting back to the turf for the first time in a long time. The last time he was on the surface was June of last year, in which he finished 5th against a pretty tough allowance level. So we'll see what he can do. But he's a big shot right now at 9-1, and he's making a good impression on me right now on track. The number 4 Chaps is a horse that I mentioned stretching out to the distance of ground here today. He's primarily sprinted throughout his career. And when you look at him, some things that I've noticed is that he's incredibly fit. Just a lot of definition. He's not a horse that seems like he holds a lot of fat on him either. He is just defined and extremely fit. And he looks good. He looks like he's doing well right now overall. He's not the biggest horse, though, so there's obviously a question of whether or not he can handle the stretch out in distance. And for that, I want to ask Scott Hazelton, because you just got done talking to his trainer, Eddie Keneally.
Yeah, Eddie Keneally saying that they've wanted to route this horse for some time, but there was just never a situation where it made sense because there was always a turf sprint available, and he was running so well in those turf sprints. And he said there was not a turf sprint available for him here during this meet, so that's why he's opted to try him long. And so he does feel that he can get the distance. He's trained well. And he also, so I asked him how he felt the turf course is, because he just won a race on the turf 2 back. And he said, I still think you've got to be forward. It's obviously not quite as fast as what we saw yesterday, but I do like this horse. And I like, as you've pointed out, the way he looks, and I like all the things that Eddie Keneally had to say to me.
Yeah, to me, honestly, he does look like he could probably handle the distance. Maybe not longer than a mile, but the mile should be suitable for him. And then finally, the 7 Lost in Limbo. This is a horse who has mostly dabbled in sprinting. And it's funny, Scott, because he just is such a cool customer on track. You see these other horses getting in strong warm-ups. They're getting a little bit keen, whereas he is a horse who naturally has a lot of speed. But he also has a lot of composure on track. So I'm still sticking with my top selection, the 7-8 at 8-1. But overall, I think this is a very tough race and field to kick off the Pick 5.
It sure is. But make sure you take advantage of it. The late Pick 5, one of the popular wagers, one of the many popular wagers here at Keeneland Racecourse. And you still got 3 minutes to craft a ticket. And don't forget 2 stakes races still to come in that sequence, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania, as well as the TVG Elkhorn. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Hagen, start of the late Pick 5. They are at the post, and they're off. There's Chaps from the inside. There goes Lost in Limbo from the outside, and Sabador between that pair as they head down toward the first turn. And it is Lost in Limbo, extreme outside, who has the early lead, but not able to clear the inside traffic. There goes Chaps sneaking up the rail. Will save the ground around the first turn. Sabador between horses now takes over, leads it by 3/4 of a length, and will bring Lost in Limbo along with him into second. Chaps content to back away into third onto the backstretch. Then a gap of 3 lengths. Morocco fourth by a head, just to the outside of Empire of War, who goes fifth. 3 more lengths back of that pair to Kazi Ranga in sixth, Celerity seventh, Bird's Eye View is eighth. And last 23.3 seconds was the time for the opening quarter, and Sabador has opened up on a 5-length lead up the backstretch. It was 46.4 seconds for that first half mile. And then Lost in Limbo is in second, going on to the far turn. Gap of 3 more back to Chaps third. There's Morocco taking third now on the outside a half length. Empire of War will try to follow that one. Kazi Ranga, Celerity, Bird's Eye View last. They've all got to catch Sabador. Sabador, 5-length lead coming to the quarter pole. Lost in Limbo second by 3. Morocco third. Empire of War is in fourth. Chaps is fifth toward the rail. Sabador, the leader, coming toward the 8th pole. It is Sabador into the final furlong. Morocco far outside. Lost in Limbo between horses. Empire of War is still fourth. Kazi Ranga's fifth. Empire of War is coming on late, along with Morocco and Kazi Ranga far outside. Empire of War, Morocco 1-2. Empire of War. Empire of War gets it a half length. Morocco second. Kazi Ranga third. Celerity ran late to grab fourth. Sabador fifth.
It's been a while. It's been since his 2-year-old season since this colt was able to win a race, but he flashes on late here today and puts together an impressive win. Again, Tyler Gaffleone on the grass. Do not forget that. Do not leave him off of your tickets when he's riding in these grass races anywhere, as he puts it all together again here today with Empire of War.
There was a lot going on in this race. A couple different moves, of course, the 4, the 7, the 6. They all try to get that lead position. And Scott, it did look like the pace kind of collapsed late, but the 3 Empire of War was in a perfect position under Tyler Gaffleone, and a good runner-up performance from the 8 Morocco for Mike Maker.
Mike Maker going 1-2, 3-8, 1-2-6, still unofficial in race 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 3 Empire of War was first, 8 Morocco second, 1 Kazi Ranga third, 2 Celerity fourth, and 6 Sabador was fifth. 3-8, 1-2-6 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race, official. 38126, the official results for race 5. Official winner of Keeneland's fifth, the Hagen 3, Empire of War. Owned by Three Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Empire of War, a 4-year-old son of Declaration of War, out of She Had Me From Hello by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Mr. and Mrs. Kirk Wyckoff. 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 35.73 seconds. Carryover for the next eligible race for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot, $43,551. Early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Keeneland's sixth race is upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering also started the late pick 4. This race at 1 mile on the main track, which is listed fast. A reminder, race 6 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch 3, my favorite day. 3, my favorite day is scratched. No Super High 5 on the sixth race. Looking to race 7, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Scratch the 2, Kentucky Ghost. Again, scratch 2, Kentucky Ghost. Race 8, scratch the 5, Home Base. Scratch 8, the Tabulator. Scratch 10, Heartwood. And scratch 11, Whitmore. Remember, number 13, Baracho draws into the race. Ninth and final event, the TVG Elkhorn. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution. Scratch 12, Hierarchy. And here comes Lilac Lace on the outside. Here comes Super Helpful on the outside. Right to Freedom still behind horses. Lilac Lace has gotten the lead. Coming past the 16th pole, chased all the way by Super Helpful. Lilac Lace at 19-1 to take the opener. But the leaders are past the 8th pole. Recoded has the lead. Sugar Love coming on the outside with Urban Insight, then Destiny's Darling. Sugar Love, Urban Insight trying to catch Recoded. Recoded, Sugar Love. Photo for the win. Summer Palace chased by Parkland. Midnight Joestar. Digital Software is still 4th. Summer Palace the leader. Parkland coming on. Midnight Joestar 3rd. Parkland, Midnight Joestar bearing down around Summer Palace. Midnight Joestar puts ahead in front at the line. Midnight Joestar to win at Parkland's 2nd. Curls and Bows is coming to the 16th pole. Curls and Bows on a 4-length lead. Back to the rest. Could You in 2nd. Kisses for Heidi in 3rd. Media Mendacity 4th. No catching. Curls and Bows winning it for Brian Hernandez Jr. It is Sabador into the final furlong. Morocco far outside, lost in limbo between horses. Empire of War is still 4th. Kazi Ranga's 5th. Empire of War is coming on late, along with Morocco. And Kazi Ranga far outside. Empire of War. Morocco 1-2. Empire of War. Empire of War gets it a half length. Morocco 2nd. Kazi Ranga 3rd.
Race number 6 does start the late pick 4, final late pick 4 of this summer meet, and we're 15 minutes away. There are a couple of scratches in here. Take out the number 3, one scratch to be certain, and we're looking right now at the favorite, and that is the number 6 horse, Heavenly Sis, for Brian House. Corey Lannery will take the ride.
Definitely a filly that you would want to use in that late pick 4 sequence, especially considering her last race in which she closed him off of the pace. But she doesn't necessarily have to be in a position like that. She's actually pretty quick. So I think we're going to see more of an aggressive ride under Corey Lannery. I use the 1, 5, and the 6 to kick off the late pick 4.
I use those 3, but in a different order. I go with 5, 1, 6. There's the 5 horse Flatoya for Brian Lynch, a Keeneland graduate from 2018. A horse that has run some big races here run some big races in general. Ran a good race 3 starts back at Keeneland back in the October meet behind a nice horse by the name of Turtle Tracks, who we saw run against Stakes Company earlier this week. But that race to back last time out on the turf course, now back on the main track. I think he's a little bit better on the main track, and I think that the added distance will help him with Joel Rosario in the saddle, getting 2-1 right now for Susan and Jim Hill. Brian Lynch with his Keeneland September graduate. And then this filly, rather. And then going on to the one horse, that's Market Rumor for Ian Wilkes. 4th last time out against Maiden Special Weight Company. Gets to 2 turn for the first time. That's the upside with this 3-year-old filly by A Fleet Alex. Her last race, one of her best. Her second race and her most recent race, the 2 best starts that she's put together. And I think that she'll have a strong say of it, especially going 2 turns for the first time. And then finally, the number 6 horse, Heavenly Sis, will round things out for me. She's a well-related filly. She's a filly that is a half to a stakes winner, and she herself still looking for that first win, but it looks like it's just a matter of time and finding the right group. I just wonder what kind of position she'll have. She's better at these 2 turns, it looks like, at least sitting close to the pace. But last time out, she had a fast pace to close into. So I'm really wondering what Corey Lannery is going to do with her. Will he try to lay back and make a run, which may not be as effective going 2 turns, or will he try to be aggressive with this filly? That's the big question with her for me at 9-5.
You know, it's funny because she ran one of her better races coming from off of the pace last time out, but I don't know. Watching the replay, it kind of looked like Corey put her in that position, so maybe he's going to take a similar approach today. I used her second. My top selections, the number 5, Flatoya, for trainer Brian Lynch, and it's been a while since she stretched out to a distance of ground. That came back in her second career start at the mile at Churchill Downs, and you have to consider that she's got more foundation underneath of her now, stretching out to 2 turns for the first time. The last time that she had a stretch out, she was stretching out in just her second start from 5.5 furlongs, and it was when she was a 2-year-old. So, you know, at least she's got that experience, that foundation. She certainly physically looks like she can handle a distance of ground, and she could have the tactical advantage over the rest of this field. She's very fast, and Joel Rosario might just simply say, catch me if you can. The number 6, Heavenly Sis, another filly that we were just mentioning. Again, I went back and I watched that replay. It probably had to do with the fact that she had the rail post position, the fact that it was a very fast pace. She was cutting back to the 1-turn mile at Churchill. That's probably why she found herself so far off of the pace. Now that she's going back to 2 turns, she'll probably be able to sit a mid-pack trip, and that's probably going to be okay for her. I mean, there's other speed types in here. I mentioned the 5, Flatoya. I think she's probably the quickest, but she could potentially get some pace pressure from the 7, Just a Look, who's stretching out from 6 furlongs and has speed. So honestly, she could probably sit the right trip just behind the pace setters. And then the 1, Market Rumor, you can see the size of this filly in the paddock. A very classy looking individual for trainer Ian Wilkes, who's had a very nice summer meeting here at Keeneland. And she is one, too, that comes out of the same race as Heavenly Sis. Overall, I think both of these horses probably benefited from that fast pace, and she probably has a tougher time of being drawn on that rail post position, especially considering her size. So if she can work out the trip, I do give her a shot. I like her enough to use her in that late pick 4 sequence, which kicks off in 10 minutes. Good luck if you're playing.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race. The Keeneland maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and late pick 4 wagering. Scratch 3, my favorite day. No super high 5 on this 6th event. Post time at 7 minutes. Here are the horses for race 6. Number 1, Market Rumor, owned by Randall Block and 6 Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens and others, trained by Ian Wilkes. Chris Slanderos is up. 2, Aunt Dorothy, owned by Team Block of David Block, trained by Chris Block, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 3 is Scratched. 4 is Tormenta, owned by Sandra Neva, trained by Larry Jones, the jockey Miguel Mena. 5, Flatoya, owned by Susan and Jim Hill, trained by Brian Lynch, jockey Joel Rosario. 6, Heavenly Sis, owned by James D. Spry, trained by Brian House, Corey Lannery, the jockey. And 7, Just a Look, owned and trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 6 minutes to post.
There's a look at the number 2 horse, Aunt Dorothy, the daughter of Uncle Mo, a homebred for Team Block. Chris Block, the conditioner. This has long time been a family operation, and they have bred some really nice horses through the years, and they're keeping that tradition going with this elusive quality mare getting to Uncle Mo, one of the top stallions here in central Kentucky. And this filly made quite the appearance when she came out onto the track. It's really perked up. She looks well in her warm-up, and she's never tried dirt. She is a filly that debuted at Arlington on the all-weather surface. Then they tried her on grass, and then they tried her on grass down at Tampa Bay Downs, and she ran a pretty solid race. So if she moves forward at all, based on the way that she looks, 9-2, not a bad price on the filly that is bred to like the dirt by Uncle Mo out of the elusive quality mare, All for Thee. The 4 also made a nice appearance. Here's a filly, Keeneland September sales graduate for 2018, that showed some life in her warm-up, as you can see, and also in post-braid. She's 16-1. She's the second longest shot in this field. Her best race came on debut. In her last 2, she's just not been able to keep up with them. But today could be a different story because she gets to go 2 turns. The pace scenario shouldn't be as hot as it has been in those most recent starts. So there could be improvement from her on the stretch out and based on the way that she looks. The number 6 horse, Heavenly Sis, she looked well as well. This is the filly by Hardspun, the well-bred filly out of the forestry mare Enhancing for James Spry, bred by Katie Rich Farms. Good second last time out. She is the favorite at, actually now second choice at odds of 2-1, but you got to like the way that she looks out there, and she's got the form to back it up. And then finally, the 7 horse, Just a Look, a filly that's 30-1 right now. She'll be trying dirt route for the first time. That's the second time, rather. First time on a fast main track. She ran at Indiana Grand back in October of 2019, going around a ground on the dirt. She's a Keeneland graduate from 2017. But sticking with my top play, 5, 1, and 6 in here. But if you're looking for an alternative, don't sleep on the 2. I like the way she looks. She's got the pedigree by Uncle Mo. Aunt Dorothy, worth consideration here in race number 6. And good luck if you're playing the late pick 4. A very good sequence coming up with 2 stakes races.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Keeneland, start of the late pick 4. Aunt Dorothy emerging through the gate doors and seating the rider, now getting ready to move back into line. But first, an examination to get the all clear. Examination complete. Jockey back aboard. Aunt Dorothy gets ready to move into line. First wire. At the post. Rough. There goes Flatoya out running for the early lead. Just a Look comes away second. Aunt Dorothy third. Then Market Rumor back toward the inside. Tormenta and Heavenly Sis as they go into the first turn. Flatoya, the early leader. Flatoya gets down next to the rail and leads it by just over a length here early on. As Just a Look goes second, a lane off the rail by 3/4 of a length. Market Rumor is third by a length, heading onto the back stretch. And then Aunt Dorothy, who is fourth toward the outside, a gap of 2 more lengths back to Tormenta. And a margin of 6 more back of that one. Heavenly Sis trails opening quarter in 22.92 seconds. Flatoya, the leader by 3/4 of a length up the back stretch. Just a Look is second, trying to draw alongside the leader. Now a neck separates the top two. Then a gap of 4 more lengths back to Market Rumor, who is losing ground to the top pair in third. There's Tormenta moving up the inside to take fourth by a neck. Aunt Dorothy fifth on her outside. Gap of 6 more back of that pair to Heavenly Sis. It was 46.23 seconds for the first half mile. Onto the far turn, Just a Look from the outside, draws alongside of Flatoya. In fact, Just a Look puts ahead in front, but here comes Market Rumor gearing up with Tormenta to the far outside as they move by the quarter pole, and Market Rumor makes a determined bid to challenge for the top spot off the turn. Flatoya toward the inside. Just a Look has lost some ground off the turn. Tormenta fourth. Heavenly Sis has run to fifth to fourth toward the rail, but a good 6 lengths behind Market Rumor. It is Market Rumor into the final furlong in the short stretch. Market Rumor kicking clear for Chris Landeros, and Market Rumor to win it. Heavenly Sis came up the inside for second, a head-bobbing photo for third, either Tormenta or Just a Look for that third spot.
Move over, Wesley Ward. You've got company atop the trainer standings as Ian Wilkes now moves into a tie for leading trainer of this short summer meet. He has 5, Wesley has 5, and that was an impressive stretch run from Market Rumor under Chris Landeros.
This victory was never in doubt. She made this wide early bid coming around the turn and just really kicked clear late. A nice little birthday present for jockey Chris Landeros.
Job well done. Congratulations to all the connections, including Six Column Stables and Randall Block, the daughter of a Fleet Alex. Too much for him. It's a 5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. The 1 Market Rumor first. 6 Heavenly Sis was second. The 7 Just a Look was third. 4 Tormenta fourth. 1674 unofficial. The unofficial winner of Keeneland's 6th race, the Keeneland Purse, 1 Market Rumor. Owned in a partnership that includes Randall Block and Six Column Stables LLC of Brad Stevens. Second win on the card for each. Second winner for trainer Ian Wilkes. The winning jockey, Chris Landeros. Market Rumor, a 3-year-old Fleet Alex filly out of Taylor Street by Street Sense. Bred in Kentucky by Randy Block and others. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 36.94 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official. 1674, the official results. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for that Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $43,551. A reminder that contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Scratch the 2 Kentucky Ghost scratched. Looking ahead to the 8th race, scratch the 5 Home Base. Scratch the 8, the Tabulator. Scratch 10, Heartwood, and scratch 11, Whitmore. 13, Baracho draws into the race. Ninth and final event, the TVG Elkhorn. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution. Scratch 12, Hierarchy. Turf listed good, main track listed fast.
First of two stakes races here on closing day of the summer meet. We'll begin at Gabby with the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes, a mile and a 16th on the turf course for straight 3-year-olds. And really no surprises looking at the wagering. The 2-to-1 favorite is the rail horse, the gray son of Lemon Drop Kid, that is field pass for 3 Diamonds Farm.
He certainly deserves to be favorite. He's been incredibly consistent in the past couple of starts. He's been versatile. He's won on the lead. He's won rating. He's performed well closing from off of it. And he's kind of got the proven form going against stakes competition where some of these horses are starting to step up in class. So I think that he completely deserves to be the 2-to-1 favorite right now.
I'm going to start with the number 5 horse, Vintage Prince, who's getting some attention for trainer Chad Brown. Larry Best, his OXO equine, represented here. This is a colt out of the fantastic stakes running mare in Molly Morgan. In fact, this is her first runner, first winner, and a colt that has shown a lot of promise, even going back to his yearling year. He was purchased by Larry Best at the Keeneland September sale for $1.8 million. And boy, does he have the look, the son of Curlin out of the Go Sapper mare Molly Morgan, who I'm sure many of you will remember from her racing days. And he's really turned the corner since moving over to the turf course. And so much of Chad Brown's program is built towards turf runners. And I think this is an example of that. And Vintage Prince stepping up into Grade 3 company. He deserves this opportunity. He's a horse that was made for this, literally. So he's my top play. And we've got Tyler Gaffalione again to lean on the turf course, something that has worked time and time again, especially here at this short summer meet at Keeneland. The 3 horse is my second choice, City Man, for Reeves Thoroughbred Partners Racing, and others. And Christophe Clement conditions this colt. Last time out, they tried him against State Bred Company, something that had worked in the past. He won the funny side, restricted to New York breds at Saratoga last summer, and he picked up several checks, big checks at that, in his races against straight New York breds. But that was his comeback race. He hadn't raced since December when he showed up on the 14th of June. So moves back over to the turf course, put together a strong effort against Open Company. That's the key in the Central Park Stakes at Aqueduct. That was the first time he stepped out of straight New York bred and put together a strong effort. So I think that he'll improve with that race as a 3-year-old, and watch out for him with Rosario in the saddle. He sits at 13-1. And then moving over to the number 10 horse on the outside, Kinenos, for trainer Brad Cox. Here's another Keeneland September sales graduate from 2018. Anstu Stables owns this colt, and Anstu Stables, they've had quite a few nice turf horses through the years. So here's a colt that clipped heels at the start, would never given an opportunity. It was completely a non-race, and comes back in short order, which shows you that this horse is doing just fine. And his previous 2 races were solid. He'll be a horse that tries to come late on the scene, and he's currently sitting at 39-1. But also talking about this turf course, it's not surprising, Gabby, with it listed as good in the rain we got, but a completely different type of turf course today. So it was all speed yesterday with as fast as it was. Today, it's allowing for horses to make up ground late.
For sure. We've seen that so far this afternoon. As you mentioned, some rain overnight, so a little bit more fair of a turf course that we're getting today, which will help the number 5 Vintage Print. I landed on him as well. I just like how he won his allowance race last time out. The pace seemingly held together. Fancy Liquor was forwardly placed in there, a horse he's going to have to go against once again today, the number 7 Fancy Liquor in here. But, you know, he just looks like he has the ability to keep on moving forward. So far, he's undefeated in 2 starts. He's got the right type of running style. He's got the right type of jockey aboard him, and Tyler Gaffalione, and he just looks like a quality horse. So now they finally take their shot at a graded stakes event, and I think he can take that step forward. But you do have to respect your favorite, the number 1 Field Pass here for Mike Maker. I mentioned the versatility that this horse has. At 1 1/8, he won going wire to wire. The start prior to, he closed into a pretty fast pace in the War Chant to finish 3rd. And then before that, I mean, he's won on the synthetic surface. He's closed from off of the pace to even win the Dania Beach, which in my opinion was one of his most impressive races to date. I know if you're looking at the Beyer speed figures, it's kind of on the lower side, but he was boxed in until mid-stretch, and he just quickened so impressively. And you don't see horses usually have the ability to do that, especially horses who kind of have that speed and get taken out of their game off of the pace. So that's why I say he just really does have so much versatility. And I remember seeing him down in Gulfstream. He got very warm that day, and I think it's a good sign that that's not the case here today, too. I mean, he's calm. He's collected. He looks fantastic for trainer Mike Maker. And then finally, the number 6, Irish Mias. He comes from the family of Irish Warcry, who won the Pimlico Special, won the Wood Memorial, the Holy Bull for trainer Graham Motion. So this horse has a very nice pedigree, and he has shown glimmers of promise. There we go. The number 6, Irish Mias, excuse me. And last time out, I think he just got hindered by a very, very slow pace. They went 7.5 furlongs at Gulfstream. Considering the distance, 24 and 2, 47 and 4 for the half. That was just a very slowly run race early. And Eileen Commish, who was a winner of the race, was forwardly placed. The top 2 finishers went 1-2 around the race completely. So I think you have to kind of look back to the pulpit, look back to the Laurel Futurity to get a glimpse of this horse's true ability. And I think he can take the step forward against tougher competition here today at 5-1. One final horse I wanted to mention, just in terms of his looks, is the 11, Bama Breeze for Rusty Arnold. I really didn't know what to do with this horse based off of his form. He certainly was impressive last time out. Didn't run too well 2 starts back, but was precocious enough to win in his first start. So maybe the fact that he's making his 3rd start off of the layoff, he'll be primed for a good performance today. But physically, I just like how he looks. He's dappled. He looks pretty fit here in the paddock, too, for trainer Rusty Arnold. So maybe another horse to consider at 6-1. Overall, a very competitive rendition of the Kentucky Utilities Grade 3 Transylvania up next in 11 minutes. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 32nd running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania, Grade 3 stakes for 3-year-olds at 1 mile and a 16th on the turf, which is listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $43,000. Scratch the 2. Kentucky Ghost, number 2, is scratched. Post time in 7 minutes. Number 1 is Field Pass, owned by 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trained by Mike Maker. Ricardo Santana Jr. is up. 2 is Scratch. 3 is City Man, owned by Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves, owned also by Peter and Patty Searles. Christophe Clement trains. Joel Rosario rides. 4, Juggernaut, owned by Big Chief Racing LLC of Matthew W. Bryan, owned as well by Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski, trained by Keith DeSormo, the jockey James Graham. 5 Vintage Print is owned by OXO Equine LLC of Larry Best. Chad Brown, the trainer. Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. 6 Irish Mia is owned by Isabel De Tomaso, trained by Graham Motion. Jockey John Velasquez. 7 Fancy Liquor, owned by Sky High Racing LLC of Harvey Diamond, owned also by Sand Dollar Stable LLC of David Koenig and others, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Florent Giroux. 8 Street Ready, owned by the Lucky 7 Stable of Michael J. Mackin, trained by Ian Wilkes, Chris Landeros to ride. 9 Spanish Kingdom, owned by Wayne Sanders and Larry Hirsch, trained by Joe Sharp, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 10 Caneños, owned by the Anstu Stables Incorporated of Stuart Subotnick, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Sean Bridgmahan. And 11 Bama Breeze, owned by Ashbrook Farm of Glen Bromagen by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Jones Lynch, trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Corey Lannery. Post time at 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes, and taking a look right now at the number 3 horse, City Man. I just like the build of this colt. He is a compact, well put together son of Mucho Macho Man. I think that this ground with a little bit of give in it is going to be to his liking. As we pointed out to you, he ran over yielding ground 2 starts back at the end of beginning of December, end of 2019, and ran well enough. But he's got a good look to him. Christophe Clement's done a great job for him for recent Thoroughbred Racing, and Joel Rosario gets the opportunity. I think he's a very live long shot in this Transylvania renewal. The number 9 horse, Spanish Kingdom, he's another one that looks pretty well put together. Son of Animal Kingdom, a gelding that was a winner last time out, going 1 1/8 miles. He showed speed that day. We'll see if he has that same sort of speed as he cuts back 1/16 of a mile. It's a big swing when you go from 1 1/8 miles to 1 1/16 miles as far as the early pace is concerned. Much quicker when asked to go 1 1/16 miles. And you've got Brian Hernandez, who's having a wonderful week here at Keeneland for this summer meeting. Another live long shot based on looks from this 26-1 shot right now. That is Spanish Kingdom, rather. And then Caneños, the number 10. Another one that looks good out there as we transition to him, the Keeneland graduate for Brad Cox and Anstu Stables. A non-factor in that most recent race, but as mentioned, he lost the rider in there, and the fact that Brad Cox brings him back quickly has to be viewed as a big-time plus for this race. So those are a few to take a look at, but just going back to the impressions of looking at these horses out here on the track, the 3-horse City Man, I think makes a lot of sense based on the way that he's looking at 13-1.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 32nd running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. They are at the post. They're off in the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Juggernaut comes out for the lead. Fancy Liquor has early speed as well, and they're street ready up toward the outside, outrunning in third. But it is Juggernaut who goes to the front of the opening strides for James Graham. Juggernaut over to the rail, leads at 3/4 of a length at the entry to the first turn. But just as quickly, here comes Fancy Liquor. Starts to draw alongside to contest the issue top spot, but it'll be a ground-saving trip for Juggernaut, who maintains the advantage. And then further back, street ready, tucked away in good position up close in third. Spanish Kingdom fourth on the outside. Field Pass back toward the rail in fifth. Flanked there by City Man in sixth. Vintage Print toward the inside is in seventh. Irish Mia's eighth. Cananios ninth. Bama Breeze 10th. 23.33 seconds for the opening quarter. Juggernaut leads. Juggernaut on top by a length and a half. Fancy Liquor still second. First half mile is up in 47.76 seconds. Street Ready still third down toward the inside. Spanish Kingdom fourth on the outside. 3 lengths from the front. Field Pass looking for some running room now in fifth. Heading onto the far turn. Tries to find it in close quarters in between horses. City Man has to go wide from the sixth position. Juggernaut still the leader. It is Juggernaut by a length and a half. Fancy Liquor goes second by 2 lengths to the top of the stretch. Field Pass carefully trying to thread the needle through traffic and swing toward the outside into third. And then City Man and Spanish Kingdom stack up to his outside. And desperately Street Ready looking for running room toward the rail. Wide open. Street Ready up the inside. Now Field Pass kicking in. These two coming forward on either side of Fancy Liquor, who's still fighting on gamely. Field Pass, Street Ready, these two. It looked to be Field Pass getting his nose down on the line for Ricardo Santana Jr. That will be a photo for the win. If it's not him, it'll be Street Ready.
As it was very close on the wire, but it looks like Field Pass just inches in front of Street Ready. What a duel down the stretch. Several horses had opportunities to try to come away with this Grade 3 victory.
Absolutely. It was a complete cavalry charge when it was all said and done here, but you can see Ricardo Santana really getting after Field Pass, asking him for a little bit more, but the rail horse, Scott, is very game. It's going to be close.
How game was Field Pass throughout? Because Kurt Becker described it brilliantly. He was always in tight. It was never as though he had open room to work with, but he just never backed down from any of those positions that he was put in. And the confidence that Ricardo Santana Jr. must have in this horse is just brilliant. And the horse on the inside, if in fact he does come up short, that is going to be very, very tough one to swallow with Street Ready. But still unofficial. Another tight photo in this summer meet at Keeneland. It's up to the judges who will win the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. 1 Field Pass was first. 8 Street Ready was second. 7 Fancy Liquor was third. 3 City Man was fourth. 9 Spanish Kingdom fifth. 18739 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official. 18739 the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 32nd running of the Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Grade 3 Stakes, 1 Field Pass. 2 wins today for the owner-trainer combination, 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff, trainer Mike Maker, and also 2 wins today for jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. Field Pass, a 3-year-old son of Lemon Drop Kid out of Only Me by Runaway Groom. The winner, bred in Maryland by Mark Brown Greer. Mile and a 16th over the turf listed good, 1 minute 42.56 seconds. Carryover for the Toyota Super High Five Jackpot, $56,337.
Field pass too much for him here in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania Stakes, and Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard for the ride. Ricardo, Kurt Becker was describing how tight your trip was. You were always seemingly surrounded by horses. How tight was the trip for you?
You see behind the speed, perfect. And turn for home. I took him out. He saw it clear. He started running, and thanks God we passed away at first.
How game was he late with all those horses coming to him?
Well, every time he feel the 2 horses from the inside, he keep fighting. He's a really pretty fighting horse, and I'm glad he fight today pretty well.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Mike, you said that you were going to scratch this horse and run him up at Saratoga. What made you change your mind?
The owner
How much convincing did it take for him to give you?
just said we're running to Keeneland, and I said okay.
Why did you want to, not second guessing what's gone on here, but why were you thinking of Saratoga would be a better option?
Well, he was 2 for 2, going to mile to 8. And I thought Fancy looked great, a good chance.
What stood out to you about this performance for him today?
Nothing. Horse loves to win. All hard as his game. Ricardo said he didn't doubt he was ever going to win when he kind of was getting the lead. He was kind of backing off. When he felt the pressure, he dug back in.
Will he get better as these longer races come along for these 3-year-olds?
I think so, and we're going to find out.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mike Maker, field passes the test here today in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for that Toyota Super High Five, $56,337. That's the carryover for the Toyota Super High Five Jackpot. Scratch the 5 home base and scratch 8 the tabulator. Also scratch 10 Heartwood and scratch 11 Whitmore. Remember, Baracho, number 13, draws into the race. 9th and final event, the TVG Elkhorn, scratch 3 Ramsey Solution and scratch 12 Hierarchy. Main track listed fast, the turf listed good.
Down to the final two races of this summer meet, and that means late daily double time. The TVG Elkhorn is still to come. Just had another thrilling finish in Stakes Company in the Grade 3 Kentucky Utilities Transylvania. Job well done to Mike Maker and his team, and a wonderful ride from Ricardo Santana Jr. But this race, 6.5 on the main track. It's an optional $150,000 allowance race. And there are some big scratches. Whitmore withdrawn. Ron Marquette saying he's going to focus on the Vanderbilt at Saratoga with his stud sprinter. And this race opens the door now without Whitmore for CZ Rocket to take the role that he has. It's justifiable that he's 2-1.
But there's not much separating several horses here, at least on the tote board, especially in between the number 2, CZ Rocket, coming in off of back-to-back impressive performances, and also the 3, Mr. Money, Scott, who is very talented in his own right, but is he as good at this distance?
Yeah, that's the question. What's the intent here from Brett Calhoun? Is this a jumping-off point? Are they just trying something new to see if they can give themselves options? It'd be interesting to know what the situation is with Mr. Money as he's 5-2. But I go with CZ Rocket as my top play. This is another Peter Miller, I don't want to say project, but turnaround case, as we've seen so many times before. And look at the times that this horse ran at Churchill Downs for 3 quarters. 108-4 last time out. In his first start, he ran for 50 and won by 4 3/4 lengths. Sprint races are tough to win. Period. Any race is tough to win, but to win that openly against higher level claiming types and then come back and take a 2 other than, you have to feel that this gelding will be just as fast today with Florent Giroux in the saddle, and he should have a nice trip. I think that the horse from the inside, Fact Finding, could find himself out on the lead, and if not, I just wonder, will CZ Rocket be comfortable out on the front end? Something that we've not seen a lot from him in his racing, but he's my top play. Fact Finding is my second choice with Johnny Velasquez. Hasn't been seen in 7 months. This is a Charlie Lepresti runner that's run some big races here at Keeneland. He's unbeaten in 2 starts. He's made over $85,000, the Keeneland November graduate from 2017. They tried him in the Clark. That didn't work out. That was at the end of last year, beaten by Tom's d'Etat, who's developed into one of the top classic horses in North America. But I think that this gelding will be ready to roll based on the workouts that we see from him here at Keeneland for Charlie Lepresti and Johnny Velasquez once again in the saddle. And then finally, Nitrous on the outside, the 9 horse. He is a cool-looking colt. He's by Tappet out of the City Zip mare, speed in through the city. A $439,000 earner thus far in his career. And I just think that this is just a big step down in class for him, just simply put. That's all you need to know. He ran against Whitmore in the Count Fleet at Oaklawn Park. He was only beaten 2.5, and then last time out, he ran against one of the top horses in America, Vacoma, who would come out of that Grade 1 Carter and win the Grade 1 Run Happy Met Mile, and he was last year's Toyota Bluegrass winner, Vacoma. So this is a much easier spot for Nitrous, and a cool-looking colt, as mentioned. Ricardo Santana looking for another on today's card. He's a good price, 9-2.
Yeah, beautiful-looking individual in the paddock. Scott, you and I land on the same horse here, but I know you scratched into CZ Rocket. I actually really liked this horse to try to upset Whitmore when he was originally in this race, because you look to his back form and some of his sprint races, even when he stretched out to a mile in the Grade 3 ACAC and had to go against the likes of Mr. Freeze. The quality, the talent has been there. I think it's just a horse that's been maybe a little bit of a project horse, and now he finally is right. I do think he can continue to move forward. I mean, you know, you say, okay, well, he just won a $50,000 claimer 2 starts back. This is kind of a step up in class. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. The second place finisher in there, Do Share, is a Grade 3 winner, multiple stakes winner. So the quality was there, and he completely demolished the field to win by almost 5 lengths, and he would come back to face tougher competition at the 2 other than level. Fast final time. He did it the right way. He won by 4.5 lengths. So the way he's winning these races, it looks like there's a lot left more in the tank to take the step forward here today. And he's versatile. He can stalk from off of the pace. He also has the speed to go if Florent Giroux wants to put him in that position and if he breaks well. The 6 Coppertown, talking about pace, well, this horse is incredibly fast. And he didn't really showcase that, I would say, on the turf last time out. But I think it was just a little bit of a try here for Wesley Ward. It was a 3 other than allowance. Didn't look like he handled the surface that well. I'm curious to know and see if he got anything out of that race. Haven't been able to see him very much because he's in the inside saddling stall. But in terms of fitness, what he did get out of it. Look at some of his races, even in the beginning of his career. And in fact, I'm hearing in my ear he is getting a shoe repair. So do take note of that. He's getting a shoe repair, the number 6 Copper Town. But yeah, he competed against Backyard Heaven pattern recognition a couple years ago. These are horses that, were really, really solid going on to be a factor at the graded stakes level. So the talent is there. It's just whether or not he is the same horse he used to be and if he's fit. Second off the layoff at 6.5 furlongs. And then the 3 Mr. Money. He's been such a consistent horse, even going back to last year, taking down the Grade 3 Pat Day Mile, the Grade 3 Matt Win, even the Indiana Derby. Look at the series of races that he had the ability to run in and win last year. So the question is he the same horse this year? And why the cutback in distance? He clearly has proven that he is very good at a mile and a 16th, a mile and an eighth. Where's he going to be when it's all said and done at 6.5 furlongs? Because I truly do think that his best weapon is his speed, and that's taken away from him at 6.5 furlongs. There's other horses in here that are naturally quicker than him at this distance. So we'll see if he can navigate that. I do like him going a little bit longer, and Brett Calhoun we trust with the 3 Mr. Money, who is a very, very classy individual. This race could easily be a graded stakes event. It is a doozy of an allowance race, and it's coming up next to kick off the late daily double. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Crestwood Allowance Optional Claiming Race. Claiming price $150,000. 3-year-olds and up, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Race starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 Jackpot, $56,000. Scratch the 5 Home Base, Scratch 8 the Tabulator, Scratch 10 Heartwood, and Scratch 11 Whitmore. A reminder, 13 Baracho draws into the race. Post time at 6 minutes. Let's meet the horses for race 8. Number 1 is Fact Finding, owned by Robert Evans and Bart Evans, trained by Charlie Lopresti. John Velasquez is up. 2 is CZ Rocket, owned by Tom Cagley, trained by Peter Miller. The jockey is Florent Charoux. 3, Mr. Money, owned by Allied Racing Stable, LLC, of Chester Thomas, by Spendthrift Farm, LLC, of B. Wayne Hughes. Brett Calhoun trains. Brian Hernandez Jr. will ride. 4, Mojo Man, owned by Dash Goff, trained by Jimmy DeVito. Miguel Mena is up. 5 is Scratched. 6 is Coppertown, owned by CHC Incorporated of Teo King. Wesley Ward is the trainer, and Julio Garcia the jockey. 7, 235, owned by Tom Mansour, trained by Richard Baltus. Joel Rosario will ride. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Nitrous, owned by Winchell Thoroughbreds, LLC, of Ron Winchell. Stone Street Stables, LLC, of Barbara Banke, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 10 and 11 both scratched. 12 is True Timber, owned by Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly, trained by Jack Sisterson, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. And 13, Borracho, owned by the estate of Preston Madden, Pat Madden the principal, Rusty Arnold trains, and Chris Landeros is the jockey. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Going to focus on the 2, 6, 7, and 9 here in warm-ups, and this 2-horse CZ Rocket looks fantastic out here. He really is feeling good. Peter Miller's got him going good. He looks great. Everything that you want to see from a horse in post-sprade, and watching him warm up here in this short period of time, 5-2, I would be shocked if he does not run his race. The number 6 horse is an 11-1 shot, and that is the Copper Town for Wesley Ward. A bit on his toes. We'll see how he acts here. You can see he's fairly revved up as well. He's a horse that's got some speed. He's a big price of 11-1. Wesley Ward looking to break the tie with Ian Wilkes. Ian Wilkes, as far as the trainer standings, Ian Wilkes will have one more opportunity to pick up a victory coming up in the TVG Elkhorn. So a story that we will track for you here this afternoon. The number 7 horse, 235, thought that he looked good as well out on the racetrack. He's 21-1 for Richard Baltus, a Stay Thirsty gelding who hasn't raced in a couple of months. We'll see how he fares, Gabby, on the comeback. That's the 7-235.
I want to talk about the 3, Mr. Money, here quickly, because this is a horse who got so good last year, Scott. I mean, look at the races that he won, but those races were primarily going a distance of ground. I had the opportunity to speak to his trainer, Brett Calhoun, and he said he didn't really want to run him in this race, 6.5 furlongs. He said he does think that he's a better horse going long, and that's going to be the plan moving forward. And he also did say he doesn't want to rush him out of there. He just kind of wants to get him to settle early and then go from there. But you can't deny this horse's class. It's just whether or not he can prevail at the distance.
Yeah, he is classy looking. That's bottom line. You can see him. So good information, Gabby, from Brett Calhoun. We saw Nitrous there for just a second. Let's go back to the number 9 horse, the Colt by Tappet. Just classy. Look at the way that he's carrying himself right now as he's on his toes with Ricardo Santana Jr.
He's just going to have to hope for a fast pace in front, but he very well could get that with some of these quick horses in here. He's definitely exuding confidence on track today, Scott.
High-level sprinters and very good horses. Horses we'll see in Stakes Company on down the line coming up here in race number 8.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Crestwood. They are at the post. They're off. Poor beginning for CZ Rocket. Broke last. There goes Coppertown out for the early lead. Coppertown right to the front. True Timber there on the outside. Here's Fact Finding. Fact Finding kicks in, moves up third, now second within a neck of the leader. So it will be Coppertown outward from the rail, leading it by a neck. Fact Finding second, a length and a half. True Timber goes third at the entry to the far turn. Mr. Money is in fourth. Mojo Man is fifth. CZ Rocket has picked off 3 positions now. He moves up into sixth. Baracho is seventh around the turn, then 235, and Nitrous at the back. 22.1 for the opening quarter. Fact Finding and Coppertown going at it, matching strides for the lead around the far turn. And then a gap of 3 more lengths to True Timber. CZ Rocket is fourth. Mr. Money is on the outside in fifth. CZ Rocket trying to find some running room off the far turn to come after Coppertown, who's got a narrow lead from Fact Finding. CZ Rocket, True Timber, then Mr. Money on the outside, then Baracho fifth back toward the rail. Coppertown the leader. CZ Rocket, then True Timber. Coppertown a short lead, 16th pole. CZ Rocket right alongside. Despite the awkward start, CZ Rocket coming from last to first to win it for Florent Chevroux. 1 minute, 15 seconds flat. Track record, 6.5 furlongs.
That is the 5th track record performance we have seen this week at the summer meet, and it comes from CZ Rocket, and accurately described by Kurt Becker in missing the start, but comes down the lane, finds room to work with, and needed all of the 6.5 to get there in the end.
How did this horse win today, Scott? He was squeezed and shuffled out of the gate to last, a position that he's never really been in before in the past. He somehow weaved his way through traffic under Florent Giroux and wrangled in the number 6 Coppertown, who ran a heck of a race for trainer Wesley Ward as well. This is a serious horse, and I won't be surprised when we see him tackle graded stakes competition in his next start.
And the difference was Florent. He never worried down the backstretch. He never rushed this horse. And we take it here, he just breaks sort of slowly, awkwardly, and then the 1 and the 3 come together with that open space, and now Florent's got to sit back and regroup and replan, and it all comes together there for CZ Rocket. Well done to trainer Peter Miller with his 6-year-old son of City Zip. Onward and upward for this 6-year-old.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: 2, CZ Rocket first, 6, Coppertown second, 12, True Timber was third, 9, Nitrous fourth, and 13, Baracho fifth. 2, 6, 12, 9, 13 unofficial. Unofficial winner of Keeneland's 8th race, the Crestwood, 2, CZ Rocket. Owned by Tom Cagley, trained by Peter Miller, the jockey Florent Giroux. CZ Rocket, a 6-year-old gelded son of City Zip, out of Successful Sarah by Successful Appeal, bred in Florida by Farm 3 Enterprises, LLC. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 15 seconds flat, a track record. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official: 2, 6, 12, 9, 13. The official results. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. Carryover for that Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $60,146. Race 9, the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn. A reminder that the turf is listed good. Contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution. And scratch 12, Hierarchy.
Time to put a stamp on the summer meet here at Keeneland with the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn Stakes, 1.5 miles on the turf course, which is listed as good. And you're looking right now at one of the top 1.5 mile turf horses in the country. That is Zulu Alpha, the 7-year-old son of Street Cry, bred right here next door at Calumet Farm, and a horse that has won 2 races this year, one of the bigger ones being the Pegasus World Cup Invitational back at the end of January.
And we have 2 horses in here, both Zulu Alpha and Arklow, that, Scott, we could see return later this fall at Keeneland in the Breeders' Cup Turf. So this is a quality field. The conversation begins with these 2, but it certainly doesn't end there.
Yeah, we'll talk more about Zulu Alpha, at least I will, in just a bit, as I'm going to go to his stablemate as my top selection. That's Arklow for Donegal Racing and others. Brad Cox, the conditioner of this 6-year-old, the Keeneland graduate, has made over $1.8 million in his career, and I thought that his last race was strong, beaten by a really nice horse in admission office in the Grade 3 Louisville at Churchill Downs. His last win came against Grade 1 Company at Belmont in October in the Joe Hirsch Turf Classic, beating good horses, Sadler's Joy, a channel maker. They tried him in the Breeders' Cup. He was only defeated 2 3/4 of a length by the eventual Horse of the Year, Bricks and Mortar. He was defeated by his stablemate in that Pegasus World Cup, but he didn't have the cleanest of trips. So I think that he bounces back here today and finds himself back in the winner's circle for a 7th time. And Florent Giroux, we just saw how good he's going right now with that patient ride after CZ Rocket missing the starts. It's certainly encouraging if you're placing your money to win or anywhere on Arklow. You've got good connections and a really, really good athlete in Arklow to lead the way for you. Oscar Dominguez, the number 9 horse for Richard Baltus. This one comes over from Santa Anita. He's run against some very good horses as of late. He was only beaten 3/4 of a length to the best turf horse out on the West Coast, at least 1.5 mile turf horse on the West Coast in United. That was in the Grade 2 San Marcos. He was a winner of the Grade 2 Hollywood Turf Cup at Del Mar, coming from well out of it with Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. Gets Joel Rosario to ride here today, but this horse just simply always shows up. You look at his last 9 races. His worst race was a 4th beaten 3.5 lengths in a Grade 2 John Henry Turf Cup at Santa Anita. So he's consistent. He always surfaces, and the turf course shouldn't be a problem with him. He handled good listed going most recently at the end of March at Santa Anita. And then that takes me to Zulu Alpha, my 3rd choice in this spot, the 7-year-old gelding who's won 11 races from 33 starts. It's tough to ignore him. He was 3rd in this race last year. He had the lead and then was ultimately passed by the likes of Red Knight and Bigger Picture. But you've got to respect him. You got Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. A lot of reasons to think that he's going to run a big race in this Grade 2 event. This is a stacked field. This is one of the better Elkhorns ever, period.
I would have to agree with that, just by some of these horses that you were just mentioning, including Zulu Alpha. Now, I know you're a little sour about his last race, but he can't be perfect every day, Scott. Last time out, I did think that he had a pretty tough trip. He was wide. He moved too soon. It was also, a scenario where he was coming out of 2 very tough races back-to-back, his victory in the Pegasus World Cup Turf and also in the McDarmida. So maybe it just took a little bit of wind out of his sails on top of a bad trip. He lost at 70 cents of the dollar. I think the time away will do him well, and he's going to come back firing. He's a horse that has done well coming off layoffs. Look at his performance in the Pegasus World Cup Turf after they gave him a little bit of time following the Breeders' Cup Turf, in which he finished 4th, going against the likes of Bricks and Mortar. This horse is the real deal, and I like him. The only issue is the lack of pace in this race. Your only pace setter in here was a 3, Ramsey Solution. That horse is out. So does that hinder him at all? I feel confidently that Tyler Gaffleone is going to probably get him going a little sooner than he's used to, normally gone, to try to get him in the right position at the top of the stretch. As we go towards the outside, the number 10, Arklow, I actually think we might see him sit a little bit more forwardly today because of the lack of overall pace. And you look at the races in which he was in a similar position. Go back to the Grade 1 Turf Classic at Belmont last fall. Even go back to the Belmont Gold Cup going 2 miles at Belmont last summer. those races in which he was a little bit more forwardly placed, I actually thought that some of those were his better races. So maybe we could see him actually benefit from the lack of overall pace in here. And the quality is there. You look back at all the times that he's competed against Zulu Alpha, and he's normally right there. So I really thought it was between these two horses. Now, I did use the 11 Rise the Guy at a big price at 26-1 because I do think that he's going to be the pace setter in here with the scratch of the 3. You go back to some of his performances, a mile and a 16th at Gulfstream back in March. He set the pace. I know it was a slow pace, but it was also a mile and a 16th. So, you have to figure where he's going to be at this particular distance today. We have talked about Ian Wilkes and just the connections and how well they have done so far at this Keeneland summer meet. So I don't think you can sleep on this horse, especially at a big price if you want to use him exotics. I think Chris Landeros will get him to the lead and hopefully slow the pace down and see how long he can hang on. But, overall, I didn't think it was that poor of a performance going against pretty much similar company last time out in the Grade 3 Louisville, going against Arklow and whatnot. So maybe he does have the tactical advantage here. I'll throw him in at a price, but a truly quality field, horses that we will likely see this coming fall in the Breeders' Cup Turf. Now, to all those watching and supporting from home this entire meet, just wanted to say thank you. And we hope you are watching and enjoying this final race of the Keeneland Summer Meet from home. We're 15 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and final race, 35th running of the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn. Stakes for 4-year-olds and up at 1.5 miles on the turf, which is listed good. Contrary to the program, the temporary rail is down today. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 jackpot of $60,000. Scratch 3, Ramsey Solution, and Scratch 12, Hierarchy. Post time at 8 minutes. Let's meet the horses for the TVG Elkhorn. 1, Appreciado, owned by Justice Racing Stables, LLC, of Chuck Harper, trained by Mike Maker, Gerardo Corrales, the jockey. 2, Nakamura, owned by Staghawk Stables of Bill Krager, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. 3 is Scratched. 4 is Postulation, owned by Runnymore Racing, LLC, of Caroline Bentley, trained by Michael Matt, the jockey Julien Leperoux. 5, Zulu Alpha, owned by Michael Hoy, trained by Mike Maker, Tyler Gaffalione to ride. 6, Jace's Solitude, owned by Black Ship Racing of Field Lad, by Homewrecker Racing LLC of Ricky and Ron Roshinsky, owned also by Brian Chenvert and Eddie Keneally, trained by Eddie Keneally, Corey Lannery to ride. 7, He's No Lemon, owned by Alex Campbell Jr., the trainer is Graham Motion, the jockey is Rafael Bejarano. 8, Hell or High Water, owned by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Darren Miller, the jockey James Graham. 9 is Oscar Dominguez, owned by Nancy Messinillo and Bruce Sands, trained by Richard Baltus, the jockey is Joel Rosario. 10, Arklow, owned by Donegal Racing of Jerry Crawford, by Joseph Bolger, and also Peter Conaway, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. 11, Rise the Guy, owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Chris Landeros. 12 is Scratched. 13, Henley's Joy, owned by Bloom Racing Stable LLC of Jeff Bloom, trained by Steve Asmussen, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 6 minutes to post.
As Kurt mentioned, 6 minutes away from the final race of this summer meeting, the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn Stakes, bringing together a just group of classy individuals and classy-looking individuals. I want to touch on the one horse, some bigger price horses that look very nice out on the racetrack, and Appreciado for Justice Racing Stable is one of them. He's run twice this year, unable to pick up a victory, but he wasn't beaten all that far against Grade 3 company 2 starts back in the WL McKnight at Gulfstream Park. He did not do much last time out, but he was more forward than he had been in previous races, at least more recent races. So if he is able to sit back and settle, I think that Appreciado may have a look in here. Gerardo Corrales has had a very nice meeting here at the summer meet at Keeneland. The number 4 horse is postulation for Michael Matz, Julian Leperoux. He hasn't run in 7 months, but the 8-year-old looks fine. He's coming in off of works up at Fairhill in Maryland, and he's a horse that hasn't been beat all that far against top-class company, even here at Keeneland. He was third, beaten 3 lengths in the Grade 3 Sycamore back in October, and he was up close to the pace. So he's one that can maybe sit a little bit forward. As Gabby was mentioning, it seems as though the pace will not be all that quick, and that's to be expected. We are dealing with more of a longer distance race with a mile and a half being the trip for these horses. And I'll tell you, the one horse that made the best appearance out on the track for me is the 8-horse Hell or High Water. There he is. He is 89-1 right now, but he is a big, stout colt by Ghost Sapper, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale in 2017. They purchased him for $275,000. Darren Miller is his conditioner, and Darren has sprung some big upsets in Stakes Company on grass. Red Ruby was a filly that he trained, and she was able to spring a big upset on soft going up in New York, I believe. And you can see he's feeling good right now with Jimmy Graham in the saddle. So 89-1, he is a horse that has to step up. He's only got the maiden score under his belt, but that maiden score came going a mile and a half, and he's not been able to get back to that distance since that effort. So perhaps that's what he needs. He has the build of a horse that looks like he can run all day. So 88-1 on Hell or High Water. Do not sleep on this horse whatsoever in this race. We wish you the best and look forward to this event, the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn Stakes, to close out the summer meet.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the 35th running of the TVG Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2. They are at the post. And they're off in the TVG Elkhorn Stakes. Appreciado quick into stride from that inside starting spot. There goes Rise the Guy far outside, and Postulation now moving up a lane off the rail to take the lead. Postulation is the leader and squeezes down toward the inside. Rise the Guy is second up on the outside, just ahead separate the top two here early on. Jace's Solitude goes third. Henley's Joy forwardly placed in fourth. Appreciado shuffled back into fifth. Heller High Water is in sixth. Nakamura is seventh, Arklow is eighth, Zulu Alpha is ninth, He's No Limit is 10th, and Oscar Dominguez last of 11, moving into the stretch for the first time. Postulation is the leader. The first quarter in 25.56 seconds. Rise the Guy just off the leader's flank in second by 2. Jace's Solitude is third with 1 circuit to go. Henley's Joy, fourth up on the outside, in good position here early on. Then a gap of 3 back to Appreciado in fifth. Joined there by Heller High Water, then Nakamura, Arklow, Zulu Alpha, who's down toward the inside. He's No Lemon, and Oscar Dominguez. 52.02 seconds the time for that first half mile. Into the second of 3 turns, Postulation is the leader by just a length. Rise the Guy, second up on the outside. Jace's Solitude is still there and still third down toward the rail. Then Henley's Joy in fourth, heading on to the back stretch. Gap of 2 to Heller High Water between horses in fifth. Appreciado sixth. Nakamura, far outside, starts moving toward the center of the course seventh. Zulu Alpha and Arklow are side by side, 8th and 9th respectively at the midpoint of the back stretch. He's No Lemon, and then Oscar Dominguez in last. It is Postulation who continues to show the way in the TVG Elkhorn Stakes. Rise the Guy has been right with him since the start. Gap of 3, Jace's Solitude, 3 more back to Heller High Water. Henley's Joy has lost ground and is toward the inside now. Nakamura is in the clear, moving up into contention, although still 6 lengths off the lead. Zulu Alpha and Arklow both 8 lengths from the front. And the leader, Postulation, is at the quarter pole, leading it by a length to Rise the Guy in second, Jace's Solitude in third, Nakamura in fourth, Zulu Alpha fifth up on the outside, Henley's Joy 6th back toward the rail. Zulu Alpha is coming down the outside to try to catch Postulation. Zulu Alpha, Nakamura between horses, Postulation still there to the inside. Zulu Alpha rallying for Tyler Gaffalione to win the TVG Elkhorn Stakes. Postulation at 35-1, a valiant effort, finishing runner-up in 2 minutes, 30.82 seconds.
It's a horse that means so much to his owner, Michael Hoy. Zulu Alpha doing it again and doing it in style here today in the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn.
And his owner, Michael Hoy, happened to be on site to get this victory here today. Congratulations to the connections. This horse is just all class and all heart. Only closer in this race from off of the pace. And what a ride given by Tyler Gaffalione, who gets the meet.
Leading rider, that's how you do it. You walk off with a win in a Grade 2 race in a weekend that has given Tyler so many successes, including that Grade 1 victory in the Maker's Mark Mile. Zulu Alpha, let's hope that we see him back here in November for the Breeders' Cup Turf.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th and final race. 5 Zulu Alpha was first. 4 Postulation was second. 2 Nakamura third. 6 Jace's Solitude fourth. 11 Rise the Guy fifth. 5, 4, 2, 6, 11 unofficial. Results of Keeneland's ninth race official, 5:42.6:11. Results official. Official winner of Keeneland's ninth race, 35th running of the TVG Elkhorn, Grade 2, 5 Zulu Alpha. Owned by Michael Hoy, trained by Mike Maker for his third winner on the card. 2 wins today for the meet's leading rider, Tyler Gaffalione, who finishes with 7 for the week. Zulu Alpha, 7-year-old gelded son of Street Cry out of Zorrie by AP Indy, bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. 12 furlongs over the turf listed good. 2 minutes 30.82 seconds.
I just let him be, let him do his thing out there.
He's quickly becoming his own legend here at Keeneland. That is Zulu Alpha. After a second graded stakes win at Keeneland, takes the Grade 2 TVG Elkhorn. Tyler Gaffalione, in doing so, secures meet title as leading rider. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. I'm so blessed just to be given the opportunities that I've been given. A lot of credit goes to my agent. He works so hard, and he secures these great mounts for me. Of course, the horsemen and the horses for showing up.
How straightforward is he to ride?
He's as easy as they come. You just drop his head, let him do his thing, and he knows where the wire is. He's got some turn of foot.
Was this one of the more impressive runs that you've had?
He just keeps getting better and better throughout the year. All the credit goes to Mike and his team. They do such a fabulous job. I'm just so blessed to be part of the team.
Congratulations on the win here and the meet title for the summer meets. And Mike, what is it about him? How do you just keep him getting better as he gets older?
Well, I'll tell you, after Gulfstream, we sent him to the farm again, and we got delayed because of the virus of coming in and getting trained. So, going a mile and a half, you're always a little bit concerned. But even I can't mess this one up.
What's he been like? What's this journey been like since you guys claimed him for $80,000?
Oh, it's been fabulous. I mean, the Pegasus, was incredible, and be nice to cap it off the Breeders' Cup here in the fall.
What do you map out between now and the fall? What kind of map schedule will you have for him?
Beginning of the year, our plans got changed a little bit because of the virus, but it was Kentucky Downs and then the Breeders' Cup.
Well, we wish you the best. Congratulations on a great day here today as well.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mike Maker, Zulu Alpha, just too much for him here at Keeneland in the Grade 2 Elkhorn.
Thank you, Scott. The pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5, 5 of 5, and a consolation 4 of 5. 5, 4, 2, 6, 11, the super high 5 combination, as race 9 draws the day to a close, and the Keeneland summer meet as well. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending, the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time, and we thank you. Congratulations to the meet's leading rider, Tyler Gaffalione, with 7 victories. Wesley Ward and Ian Wilkes tied with 5 wins each for leading trainer. Leading owner, 2 wins apiece, Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, OXO Equine of Larry Best, and 3 Diamonds Farm of Kirk Wyckoff. Congratulations to all. We appreciate your support of Keeneland's summer meeting and for joining us through the Keeneland at Home program. A final thought coming up in just a couple of moments from Scott and Gabby. For now, for Keeneland, for TVG and Kentucky Utilities, thank you and good evening.
Well, the historic meet that is the summer meet here at Keeneland is in the books, and we hope that you enjoyed it as much as we did covering it here, and as you were able to Keeneland at home. And what an opportunity it was for us to shine here at Keeneland, the entire team coming together, socially distancing, going through the protocols in order to bring you the sights and the sounds here from Keeneland for this summer meet, and the racing delivered above all. When you've got great racing, you've got a great product, and that's exactly what we have each and every year here at Keeneland. And certainly during this summer meet, it was capped off with an impressive win from a horse that is now a two-time graded stakes winner here at Keeneland, Zulu Alpha, after his win in the TVG Elkhorn. We will be back racing in the fall, but before that, don't forget about the Keeneland September sale, which gets underway on Sunday, September 13th. We'll see you then.